Greetings, program.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much, Cosmic Void, for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. No worries. You have to work. Work is crazy. I totally understand. But thank you so much. I mean it. And Lip, Sakura, hi. It's good to see you guys. I missed you all so much. Bam. Lip, nobody's been releasing Bob because he's been staying here just for you because he missed you. He's been wondering where you've been. He's so happy to see you. How are you guys doing? I have been loving the Matrix talk in the Discord. I'm just sitting there like, Sakura says, I can tell. Just waiting for Lip to come back to quote-unquote release him from his bonds. Listen, I just saw the Matrix Resurrections just the other day with my wife. We sat down and watched it. I loved it. It is not a great movie by any stretch of the imagination. I do feel like the budget was low. But I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed the world and its progression. I even enjoyed the stupid meta because I think that people overanalyze that series a little too much to the point of obsession. And there are other people who hate on the movies because people overanalyze them, but not because of the movie. It was fun. That's right. It was fun. It was a fun, enjoyable movie. That's all it was. Nothing big, nothing small, enjoyable. Hey, remember this? Hey, that was, that's okay. But I've been enjoying the discussion in the Discord about it. Big time. How you been, Sakura? How are you doing, Lip? I celebrated my wife's birthday yesterday. Something doesn't track here. What do you mean, Lip? What doesn't track? What's wrong? I celebrated my wife's birthday yesterday. She is. You have 2 small children. How did both you and your wife get to go to a movie? HBO Max, Lip. HBO Max. Got a 7-day free trial through Hulu. Tomorrow, I have the kids with me. My wife's working. And we are going through the Studio Ghibli Marathon. They love very much My Neighbor Totoro and Ponyo. So we're going to watch Kiki's Delivery Service. I might even do Spirited Away. Maybe? Pompoko. We'll absolutely do Pompoko, which is another big Studio Ghibli film. An older one that I really enjoy. That basically, since we had kids, I don't think Anomus and I have gone to a theater. Ghibli's a good time, I know. Very excited about it. Because they really love the Studio Ghibli movies and stuff that they've seen. So, but Kiki's Delivery Service is definitely high on the list. I haven't even seen Kiki's Delivery Service, so that's a big deal. Yeah, I'm excited about it. We just have a 7-day trial. We're just going to utilize it to the fullest. Retro G-Sun says, my niece was freaked by Spirited Away when the parents got turned into pigs. Oh. Man. Retro G-San, that freaks me out as an adult. You want to know why? Besides the dancing. I always pronounce it as Ghibli rather than Ghibli. I don't know. Retro G-San could probably inform us probably better than I could. Retro G-San, I thank you for the subscription, by the way. Thank you for the resub. 7-month streak. That is fantastic. I get major Willow vibes with the turning into the pigs. Oh, man. And ATM Machine, it's good to see you, my friend. It's so good to see you. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's seen Willow, but that scene, Ghibli. Or is it Ghibli? With a hard G. Yeah. Ghibli. Yes. Willow's fun, great movie, but that pig scene is terrifying. You have to. I've been thinking about this recently. I've been running this through with my wife. I'm like, you need to do a light scarring of your kid's mental psyche, just a light one. You know, like, I look back at the movies that I loved that shaped me as a kid. That would be stuff like Neverending Story and Return to Oz. That's too much. I draw the line at Return to Oz. My kids are not watching that movie. That is a fucked up movie. And Willow. Oh man. ATM Machine, absolutely. I've played Mask. I have a physical copy of Mask of Eternity here somewhere. It's in the ethereal void of my collection. But like, just a little bit of emotional scarring, just because like I knew then that I was like, I am aware of my mortality. Like, I have become a lot more aware now of what is possible in this world, and sadness and loss, just a little bit, you know? My kids watch Labyrinth, and almost always talks about David Bowie's pants in that movie. Look, I'm not gonna lie. Real talk here for a second. David Bowie, the only man I've ever been truly in love with is David Bowie. Not gonna lie. It's so weird. That creature in Willow had an odd name, like the Eberesque. It was such a wild. And by the way, welcome, Eder and Waith. It's good to see you. How are you doing today? It's so weird that the creature in Willow, that just the special effects for it was wild. Richard G. Sun says, probably when my parents decided my sister and I needed to watch private lessons with them. Richard G. Sun, my wife has had a history of having to watch stuff like that with the family, and they're just like unfazed. And she was like, as a kid, like, like terrified, and they were just like unfazed. There's crazy stuff in these movies that they would watch, and she'd just be just messed up. But of course, then there were other movies that she watched as a kid that shaped her that were fantastic, like Bloodsport. But no, David Bowie, man. I hated David Bowie. I had played Omicron the Nomad Soul as a youth, and that was the first time I heard David Bowie music, because he does all the soundtrack for that whole game. And I was like, this is terrible. And then I just kept listening, and then I'm like, this isn't bad. And then I kept listening, like, this is really good. It kept going, this is fantastic. That is what I came into Dwarven Dad. I did, but now I am madly in love with David Bowie. May he forever rest in peace in the eternal, infinite expanse of space. Ebersisk, which is oddly a reference to medieval Arthurian tales and Greek etymology, says ATM Machine, because in the post-Vulgate cycle, Sir Bors became king after Arthur died, and the Greek word for king is Basilius. Really? Odd name. There's a band named after that. Really? Ashes to ash, fung to fungi. We know Major Tom's a junkie. How could you not? Man, the first Bowie was Space Oddity Sakura. Absolutely. So, like, I grew up, my experience of David Bowie was like his new stuff. We're talking the early 2000s David Bowie music. Not knowing anything about David Bowie at that time. Look, my musical tastes and exposure was minuscule. Now as an adult... Tangent here. Taldio, it's good to see you, my friend. How are you? Real talk. Again, tangents aside here, a million. Before we even get into the stinking game, it's so weird how people say, like, when you get older, Dwarfin Dad, dude, 17 months? Have I been, Jesus Christ, Dwarfin Dad, thank you. When you get, the people are always like, when you get older, you become more set in your ways. And I have literally been, like, exposed to more things ever in my life as I have aged. My music taste has gotten infinitely more eclectic. My video game tastes have gotten infinitely more eclectic. My movie tastes have become infinitely more eclectic. And the only time where I'm ever like, nah, not for me, is very much like, oh, that's a young man's game. Like, that thing that you're doing, that movie, that music that you're doing, like, that's for young people. Those are for young people who are like, I've never experienced music about loving somebody that it'll never meant to be. It's never meant to be. And I'm like, yeah, that's a young person's game. I'm fine. You enjoy that. It sounds great, sure, but like, I don't need to hear it. It's not for me. That's like where my prejudices stay. Is like, oh, that's a young man's game. I look forward to getting set in my ways and incredibly grumpy. Even with it will come. It will come with time. But in reality, doesn't have to. You can enjoy so much more. And just continue to do that. Like, I don't know, just keep learning. There's an infinite number of possibilities. You'll never be able to stop learning. You'll always be exposed to something new. But let's get into this game, guys. Tonight we're going to be playing a Sega Saturn classic. Not a lot of people have played this game, or seen it played, or even really know about it. We're going to continue on with a wonderful first-person dungeon crawler, very much inspired by the PC games of old, but with fascinating new interpretations and a delightful presentation. I feel like its art style and just the weird graphical presentation that it does is very distinctly unique to itself. We haven't seen very many games that look like Shining the Holy Ark on the Sega Saturn. Looks fantastic. Talia says, hope I die before I get old. Can be interpreted two ways. Lip says, I'm set in my ways, grump, but I'm friends with Bogus, so he keeps me young. Lip, you know what? That's all I ask. That's all I ask. The world keep an open mind. And just enjoy things for a second. Just enjoy things. It's okay to be grumpy and not want to not be forced to have to. There's the key. Don't be forced to have to enjoy something. You can be like, it's not for me. Let's get into the game. I want to play. Where we left off. Quick story recap, because this game has a very complicated story. We are Turd. We were mercenaries hired with to join these other two mercenaries, Melody and Forte, to stop this rogue agent, this ninja that had defected from the kingdom. His name's Rhodey. Rhodey had run off to these mines and broke the law, and we were to hunt him down. We were sent by the former advisor to the king. When we arrived there, Rhodey was expecting a different group of adventurers to join him in weaving the threads of fate. That moment, an alien spaceship crashed into the mines. Our friend Forte got possessed by an evil spirit, and we were, our bodies were co-inhabited by the people in that escape pod of a spaceship. These alien spirits that were created by the great creator. And we are now on trying to stop this evil spirit and free our friend. We go to the kingdom because the roads had been blocked off, and we found this secret passage in this underground cave system. We get back to the kingdom, and we find that the advisor of the king has been fired, and a new advisor, Rilix, is this evil witch. And she sent Rhodey and these other people off to go do this, we had learned. But Rhodey has no recollection of this. He's part of our party now. And the king is also possessed by these evil spirits. And now we've been put into prison, and we have escaped, and we're trying to figure out more information. Taldio says, I'm 17 with several decades experience. The future's pretty cool. There you go, Taldio. Yes. So let's get into this. We got Turd. It says that we have only been playing for 3 hours and 18 minutes. I don't believe it. Look at that. That doesn't make any sense. This is beautiful. It has pre-rendered sprites, right? As you can see. And everything's kind of 3D. It's really cool. I dig the visuals. All right, and it has an auto mapper for us, which is very nice. This is going to go into the... Yeah, this is going to go in the dungeon proper. There's more we haven't seen. It's Turd Day! Break out the turds. It's Turd Day. All right. So we also have, if you see on the bottom right corner of the screen, there are these little fairies. They essentially allow us to do a preemptive attack on enemies that pop out at us based on direction. It's left, right, forward, up, and down. That seems to be the thing. So that one's closed. It's this one. We didn't explore one of these passages. It had a... Yeah, it's this one here. A crystal room. It's pronounced... Turday. I was thinking it was pronounced Tyrd. 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 Tyrday. Oh, geez. Okay, so this is also a dungeon. Hold on. This might be just getting some stuff. Today. Oh, yeah. We got ourselves a new fairy. Or pixie or leprechaun. They all have different names based on the direction they come from. Oh, it's a leprechaun, baby. Yes. Leprechaun named Morgan Freeman. Look at him. Watch. Oh, such a beefcake. Are you after his Lucky Charms? I'm 100% after his Lucky Charms. Are you kidding? Good. That was the right move to do, is to come back here. We didn't go back here. We had discovered this area, but we didn't continue because I didn't think it was going to... I thought it was going to lead me into the dungeon proper. But also, like, there's a sprint. That's fantastic. Okay, so we go this way. Oops. And what's also great is that this game actually even has a way to, like, present, like, circular rooms and how to navigate those, which is also really weird and interesting. Surprisingly so. Alright, so... we're going to kind of see what kind of creatures we're going to get. We also are searching a lot because... oh, no, they're right in front of us. Jelly polyp. Alright. Let's just... let's go for the striker pod. He laid a pod. Oh, man, they multiply. Oh, boy, we're screwed. So it's cool. I just dig these pre-rendered sprites. I think they're really fun. They're very, like, visually pleasing. They have great animation to them. Love the presentation that all the characters in the party, like, jump out onto the screen, and our character's in the first-person perspective, which is very different. Nice. Melody block the attack. Yeah, we're just doing all-in attack right now. We haven't had a lot of enemies at this point that are very different in strategy, except for some bosses that were really cool and had some interesting gimmicks. What's also great is when we do get into... Like, there's puddles there. I feel like we're going to get into some trouble with the puddles. Oh, crap. I did it again. All right. I'm going to have Melody heal Rhodey. You have to be aware of what direction they're coming from. It's super important. If we don't, then we are not going to... Oh, man, Melody's almost killed, too. You have to think about the direction they're coming from. There's instances, too, when enemies come out and much more quickly. And sometimes there are also ones that take their sweet time. Like zombies and things like this. They kind of saunter through passageways. Oh, no. Oh, she's healing at just the right time. Oh, my gosh. Clutch. That's clutch. What's great also is that the things that are interesting in this game also is just how they manage critical hits. You know, like for Rhodey, it's a double hit, right? He kind of attacks twice. With Turd, it's this elemental fire attack. In Melody's case, when she gets a crit, she restores magic points, which is really cool. Oh, it hurts. See? Bam, he gets 2 hits there. Throws a shuriken and then comes in. And there's instances where the shuriken's just enough that you need. You don't need anything more. What's so enthralling with this game is also that, like, it has these great quality of life elements. It has just the right amount of gimmick that kind of differentiates itself from a typical dungeon crawler. And then there's also, like, it takes a lot more from traditional Japanese RPGs and applies it to to the dungeon crawler. He's gonna heal himself. Because a lot of times the dungeon crawling genre doesn't get a lot of innovation. All right, let's see. So we need to have, right, just in case. It's gonna lead up. See, he came from the right, nice and slow. So we get a little extra hit. Based on the number of guys. Whoa, he's hitting a bunch. Oh, because he hits... Oh, there's 3 different parts to him. There's scissors. Fight the left or the right scissor. I mean, I guess we'll focus on the right. So if you find multiple fairies in the dungeons and environments of the same type, you're doing more damage. Melody dodged. You get more XP. You get more gold from the encounter. Oh, dude, 31 points of damage. That's crazy. Oh, boy. See? Boom. Critted. And she gained 5 HP. She does HP. Sorry. Alright, so... Healing Turd. Ugh. Knocked out the right scissor. I like it. How's everybody doing? How's your week been going? Anybody done anything good? Played anything good? Retro G-Son, what have you been playing lately? Oh my gosh, she's dead. That's debilitating. I don't know. Oh, they come back. Once they're dead at the beginning, they come back with 1 HP. So we're fine. SNES Japanese games last night. Oh, 3-day weekend every night. Very nice. What were you playing? SNES has lots of good stuff. Oh boy. A crit, we'll take it. I think we're gonna die. Released bubbles. So debilitating. Oh, around the half fun ones. There's a really great Japanese SNES game that got me into a... Yeah, we're dead. Game over. Wow. That's the first time this has happened. It's based on Yu Yu Hakusho. And... What's happening? Do we have to start over? Hold on. What's the... We might just reset. Because we didn't really... Oh, no. We're sticking with it. These Yu Yu Hakusho SNES fighting games, they're wild. Because what they did was... They... Oops. Alright. You've been defeated. Don't push yourself too hard. They're presented in a cinematic style. So, what happens is... There's, the image of your character and your opponent sliced in half, and you're filling up these bars that are your resources, and you have a variety of different directions. Each direction corresponds to a different type of move. You know, one can be some kind of like buff or debuff move set. One can be just a basic attack move set, special attacks, and like ultimate stuff based on how much of this resource you're using up. And then once you select your direction, then it's a button that corresponds with it. It's kind of a rock, paper, scissors match at this point. And then it kind of plays out in this really awesome, stylized cinematic presentation, which is really good. It's a lot of fun. It was really fascinating to experience. Okay, so let's heal. It really got me into the anime then at that point. I was very much like, ooh, this is interesting. What is this all about? Okay. We're going back in. That was our poor self-esteem. This is crazy. Oh, I gotta use the item. Right, yeah, we haven't been here before. Perfect. Hey, Kuno no Oni, how are you today, my friend? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. What you been up to? Oh. Is this... This is new. We haven't been here yet. I think this is going to take us out of the town, but we have a dungeon to explore we haven't seen anything of. How you been, Kuno no Oni? I hope you're doing well. Sad I had to take the day off on Wednesday, but I had a lot of stuff going on. Just finished watching The Eternals. What did you think of it? A succubus named Roberia. And... Flash. The booty. That's our second succubus. That's fantastic. Or maybe that's the frontal succubus. Let's see, where is this going to take us out of? Yeah. We are now into the town proper. We don't need to right at this moment, but that is a good to know where that is. Oops. So we need to go back the way we came. We haven't gone this way yet. No, we have all around. We've been everywhere. I just watched The Matrix Resurrections. Couldn't know any. We were talking about it earlier. Sadly, I found it slow and boring. Some of the fight scenes are pretty good. I think it was because I know nothing of the comic. That's the thing, right? The problem with the Eternals was that it just it's hard to set that up for people. It's hard to set that up for people who don't have that experience. You know? It's like Guardians of the Galaxy did a pretty decent job of introducing people to those characters, those cast of characters. So like at least it had that going for it. But it took things kind of slow. It didn't rush to have to do this, and there's a lot they had to do for that. And I don't feel like it had the didn't have the budget. And, you know, not a bad movie. It just was it's okay. Nope. Crap. Okay. Focusing on the striker pods. What do I have for magic? Oh, I got a new one. Ayakashi. Let's see what this does. Engulfed by illusions. Engulfed by illusions. Okay. So that's a... I'm guessing an accuracy issue. I thought it was alright, Kunononi. No joke. I thought it was alright. I actually enjoy the weird meta narrative involved in that. And I don't think that they're entirely... Oh, Jesus. How are we going to get through this? There's so many of them. This is wild. There's so many enemies. They just keep coming. Sakura also just watched it today. Oh, did you, Sakura? Oh, the Eternal status, yes. Alright. Keep healing Turd. I think he's gonna get hit more as we continue. Plus he has the most, yeah, he has the most HP too. Wow, dude. They just keep breeding. It has the same plot structure as Mass Effect. There you go. Can we just not have you guys keep breeding, please? Melody's healing herself, which is great. She'll be back to full. Paralyzed now. Come on. Oh, this is couldn't get any worse right now. Stop playing pods! Oh my god. We don't have like an area effect attack either, I don't think. Okay, let's see. Rhodey, what do you got? Do Brutal Fire? Is it just one? Or is it all of them? It's just one. That was not it. That was not worth it. Oh no. Melody, you gotta get out of this paralyzation, man. They just keep... Oh my gosh. Is this them telling me, like, hey, you're not the right level for this? No way. We gotta... What are we gonna do? Yeah, we gotta run. We gotta run. We can't do this. We seriously can't do this. Jesus. This is brutal. What in the hell was that? Well, we got a lot of HP stuff, so I guess we'll use that. Got herbs for days. That was gnarly. That was gnarly. Okay, so we have not gone this way yet. Oh, hello. Oh, I need it down. Okay. Hellblast level 2. That's so much damage. I'm kind of concerned that this is not the place for us right now. That we're like in the wrong place. You ran out of MP. Thank goodness for that. Okay. Okay. Jeez. Well, we're leveling up, I guess. Ah, I didn't get it in time. All right. Let's put some to sleep. Let's see if we can do that. They gotta stop with this pod nonsense. Because they just do so much damage. Just keep putting them to sleep. He's asleep. That's great. Rhodey dodged. Fantastic. Does Helpless hit all of them or just one? Just one. Not worth it. But sleep is absolutely worth it with these things, man. Okay. I woke up. Shoot. We gotta go quicker than them, or just hope they attack. Okay, good. If they just attack, we're fine. We can deal with them now. When they start just multiplying. Melody got the crit where she gets gain XP or MP or HP. All the P's. Oh. Fairy powder was found. Fantastic. Turd is level 8 now. This has been a really brutal dungeon. Antidote magic. Fantastic. Rhodey's level 7. We like it. Can we get something that does a, area of effect, please? Hold on. There we go. Yes! Get them incubuses! The incubi! They did a bunch of damage to him. So that's positive, but it's still gonna hit. for a ton. Come on! You got an ultimate attack out the gate. That's BS. That is BS. Okay. Just one hit killed Brody. This is insane. I'm starting to feel this was a bad idea. Yeah, oh, another ultimate attack. Are you serious? Oh, 28 points of damage. Release bubbles. Melody's dead. Oh, she's still alive, thank God. Okay, heal, 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 heal. Come on, come on. Die, you stupid crab. Oh, she's dead. Can't beat the stupid crab. Shit. Oh, thank God. We barely eked out a victory there. But because we got the pixies, we got an extra 13 experience points. It's great. Let's just heal. Okay. Yeah, one of these guys. Cobra pots. Poisoned. I can deal with that. Good. The pixies give us an extra 4. Not bad. Alright. Okay. Thank you, Sakura. Thank you. This has been brutal so far. Okay, so he's gonna just cast heal on himself. I mean, on the plus side, right, they have a ton of MP, and we're not really using it for anything other than that, so. What in the Sam Hill is this thing? An ice siren? Okay. Put it to sleep. Freezing cold air. 17. Okay, we can deal. Oh, but the speed is decreased. Put it to sleep. Yes. Still asleep. Good. Good, 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 good. Sleep is important. Sleep is an important spell. Who would have thunk? She's still asleep. Oh, thank God. CC for the... What is CC? It's awake now, though. 24. My god. $139 gold, 48 experience, but it's a lot of XP. Oh, the wrong direction. Shit. Okay. The jelly polyps we've fought before, but they can do poison as well. Rhodey's paralyzed. Are you serious? Yeah, Turd can handle it. He's fine. And so can Rhodey. I just need to keep Melody alive right now. Our main healer. I don't know how to cure Paralyzed, though. I think it's just something that wears away over time. And luckily Melody is doing enough damage, too. She's paralyzed now. Great! They just keep paralyzing him, too. Adding insult to injury. This should kill that one, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Attack Melody. That's fine. I'd rather attack her than Rhodey right now. Okay. Yeah, they're back to normal. Let's see what we got here. Increases magic defense, breath defense. Oh, those do antidote level 2? Okay, let's see. Antidote 1. Okay. This has been so challenging. All right, let's see. We have got it in time. Oh, that's a good feeling when you get the fairies and stuff in time. It's nice. It's a pleasant experience. Hellblast level 2, yeah. Just a shit ton of damage. Shit ton of damage. I want him to try to do it again. No. Okay. She's almost at MP. Like, that's crazy. I guess when you think about it, like, the amount of money that we're getting versus the cost of herbs is dramatic. A square recess for something placed into. Okay. Check the jar. The cute little cobra. He's so angry. Gets a hit in. Not poison, thankfully. Okay, completely dark inside. Oh no, we're so fucked. Let's see if we can put this thing to sleep. Okay, scissor crab. That wasn't a jar, that was a chamber pot. Let's do the left scissor. I don't know, the right scissor? Let's put the scissor to sleep. Right scissor fell asleep. So he just attacks with the left one now. Psychedelic crab. Hesh, how are you doing today, my friend? Of course, the right scissor awoke. Jesus, it hurts so much. Happy Friday indeed. I totally forgot it was even Friday. Okay. Just put the scissors to sleep. Oh, this has been brutal, man. This has been a brutal game of just fighting this giant ass crab that is constantly murdering us. My tootsies are icicles. It's cold out there, man. It's gonna be a cold weekend this weekend. We're supposed to get into the single digits again this weekend. Ultimate attack, you fucking kidding me? Get yourself. Blocked it, of course he blocked it. Oh, this is such a... Oh, this dungeon is crazy. Of course he dodged it. Yes, Melody heals herself a little bit. Okay. Last her MP. Get a heal in. No, the bubbles are gonna kill Turd. I think that's it. I think if the hero's dead, it's game over, right? It's not. Oh, thank God. It's not that kind of game. Banking on he's gonna hit Rhodey. No, we're so screwed. We're so screwed. Ooh. MSQ roulette on Nana. That is an alien language, and I love it. I have no idea what that means. We got the heal in. Final Fantasy 14. There we go. Nice. Come on, it's got to be it. Please, just die. I need you to die. No, not the bubbles. Rhodey, this is it, man. This is your time to shine right now. Get the kill. Oh, we're dead. That's it. Goodbye. Another TPK. Because of the stupid crab man. Oh, this game is... Oh, this game. Okay. What is the penalty? How much money do we have? Doesn't even tell us. I don't think we can. Okay. Is our NP? NP is 0. Okay. So our hero's gonna have to heal everybody. And then we gotta go up the well and get back to town so that we can sleep. No joke, Retro OG-san. No joke. We will absolutely have to. I think what also happened is, I think we invested in weapons when we got to town, and obviously that was the wrong choice. We needed to invest in... So we had to go... Yeah, we had to go right. We invested in the wrong things. We need to spend our money on armor. We get a lot of money from all this, at least. So, like, I think that's going to be enough to get us, you know, something. Grinding is essential in every RPG. It is, absolutely. Much to my chagrin. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be essential. I will say this. There's a lot of games where it's not the case. Some of the greats, like Chrono Trigger and stuff, you don't need to grind, but... Hey, kid. You must be mercenaries. You sure look strong. I sort of need your help. If I pay you, will you help me out? Yes. Thank you. I really mean it. Could you please find my dad? He went to the mansion. If you bring him back, I'll give you the most important thing I have as a reward. I'll find your dad, dude. Of course. Hey, dwarf dude. We can't go north because the borders are closed, and we can't go south because of the cave guardian. We can't go anywhere. We're stuck. Have you seen my daughter? She hasn't come home yet. She was out playing by the square. I hope she's careful. My daughter admires Sabato. Doesn't like those witches who took this place. Where is she? I worry so. Alright, so we need to go rest first. The inn is here. Hey Miles, what's up, buddy? I heard an ugly rumor about Elise. It's a lie. If you saw her, you'd agree with me. How could anyone so beautiful? The grind builds character in more ways than one. Truth. Greedy mercenaries, they're all blinded by money. Looks like some of them went to the mansion outside of town. They'll get punished for it, just see if they don't. The owners of that place have lived there for several hundred years, drinking human blood. I'm sure they're just waiting for their next victim. Elise and Rilix are sisters. Yes, I've heard of that rumor, but I wonder who started it. Can you believe that the young, beautiful Elise is the same age as Rilix? That can't be true. Total's 30 gold. Oh, we don't have any money. Dying in that dungeon has sucked the money out of us, it looks like. Which stinks. So we have to play it super safe. Alright, let's see if we can buy anything that's an upgrade in our armor department. Look at the slowdown. Okay, weapon, armor shop. Didn't you buy something earlier? Yes, of course I bought something earlier. What is wrong with you? Yeah, we can't even buy... Oh, we can buy a large shield? I guess that's something. Yeah, let's do that. Hold on. Ooh, there's better stuff too. So there's the iron brace. Who can use that? She can. Okay, let's do that. She'll get a big defense buff then. Give that to her instead, because my guy's defense is fine. Yes, I'll sell the bronze brace. And then... oops, I want to sell. Okay, so... He's got some old stuff. Okay, so that's it. That's all we can afford right now. It's just a tiny little dinky thing. We're going to need to spend some time in that dungeon, it looks like. Because that's wild. It's wild. But we got the inn, so we're fully healed now. It's straight. And our MP is back full, too, which is helpful. Okay. The Enric Dungeon. There's nothing there, that's right. Okay. Time to put her to sleep. We also have some feathers that can get us out of the dungeon really quickly. Yes! He came in first. Please succeed. It didn't work! No! Okay. Freezing cold air. Reduce our speed. Do an egregious amount of damage. Oh, Rhodey. Rhodey. Please work. Please put her to sleep. Yes! Okay, good. Good, 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 good. So we can heal. Siren is asleep. That's fantastic. I actually very much enjoy this. Because there's so many instances where you just hit all attack. Like I'm just mashing the C button, you know? Dude! He just pile drived her! The ice siren is panicking. Yeah, all you're doing is mashing A, you know? Like, you just go into the thing. And here, you really do have to think about the encounters and what's happening. And manage the enemies. So, like, right there, I got 135 gold. So I was getting hurt really bad by dying. That was really killing it for our team. Okay. So we haven't gone all the way down the passage yet. It was an antidote. We'll take it. Oh my gosh, it's a miracle. A pentagonal recess. Lip adds a quote, I was getting hurt really bad by dying. Oh, geez, behind us. Oh, I didn't get it in time. Bane of Twitch, hello! How are you today, my friend? I love the beard, thank you. The homeless beard. And look, the realm of self-care is not one that I am accustomed to. So I'm doing all right. How are you doing? This is like the first time it's been winter and I've had a beard. I always like shave in the winter and keep it in the summer. What's up with that? What have you been up to, my friend? I hope you've been up to something good. What have you been playing? Anything good? Major levels up for Melody. Yes! Hellblast level 2. That better be a group attack. That better be a group attack. So help me. Okay. What are we at health-wise? We're fine health-wise. Have you been playing anything good lately? Yes! Finished a new track yesterday, so I've been just relaxing, trying to prevent sensory overload. I don't blame you one bit. We gotta fight these stinking tracker pods. Striker pods. They multiply. It's just like a giant pain in the butt. Oh, yes! What a big hit. So it looks like as they level up, they're getting new types of crits. Which is interesting. They have different type of critical attacks. Fairy powder. Level 9 for Turd. Oh my gosh, Bane of Twitch. Yeah, this is Shining the Holy Ark for the Sega Saturn. I actually own this game. I should have pulled it out for the stream. Yeah. Brutal Fire level 2. Finally getting some better magic, too. Yeah. It is... So the sprites are all pre-rendered sprites a la like Donkey Kong Country. And then the 3D environments. And what's great about it, which I think is super interesting, is that this game has the low poly looks, right? Which I like a bunch. But it also incorporates, it's a dungeon crawler, right? A pure dungeon crawler. But it incorporates a wide variety of environments and also incorporates towns in a way that feels like a traditional top-down Japanese RPG, but from that first-person perspective. Don't pull it out on stream. It's against TOS. Oh, what? The actual game? Oh! I don't want to break anything. Everything's against TOS right now. Oh! I'm so dumb. Oh, Jesus, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Look, I've said before, I'm not a smart man. I found the goat crest. Okay, so we knew that that's used for this dungeon. There's been crests we've found. Like a place for the crests. Okay, so that's gonna move things around, it looks like. Yeah. That crest was the greatest of all time. The goat crest. Okay. This way. Stupid crab. Oh, I hate this crab. Oh, I hate you so much, crab. I just got that one too. Exactly. Alright, let's fight the right scissor. We're doing Hellblast level 2. We're doing Brutal Fire level 2. I want to see what it does. Let's hit both of them. Right scissor and left scissor. Yes! Now. Oh, yes! How do you like that, Mr. Scissors? Mr. Snips? Pile drive that crab, Rhodey! Yes! Oh, you love it, and he's mesmerized. He's scared. He's scared, he doesn't know what to do now. Rhodey just pile drived his ass onto the pavement. If your main character crouches to avoid an attack, is it turducken? Yes, it is. How'd you know, Lip? To the people's elbow, Rhodey! Look at how much that one level has changed how we've played this game. Like, it's gotten so much better. We have done so much better now. Okay, that's triangular. Alright, so go this way. That's hexagonal. What's great is that I can also tell where they are, right? We can see where the recesses are based on the map. They're these little empty spots. Pentagonal, not hexagonal. That's what I meant. You knew what I meant. I meant it all along. Yeah, so down there's some stuff to interact with. Oh, this stupid crab. But my incubi. I think those are my incubi. Came in to kick his ass. Oh, it's so nice to have that power. This game has been so challenging. So challenging. Oh, dude, we already took it out. Oh, that's so great. There goes that other one. That other guy's gone. We are already dramatically increased in our power by having access to that spell. Our money is going up. We're going to be definitely investing in some armor for our characters now. The bubbles. They're frustrating. The bubbles. The bubbles. They're frustrating. Ice attack! Heal. Guess when you're in the single digits still, just one level up makes a huge difference. Absolutely. It's been huge. It's been phenomenal. Let's just go full in. He should be dead soon. Fire and diced. Yeah, we're getting so much money now from that. Thank God. Okay. So we might go left, and we're going to come across the stuff we need. No, we're fine. No, that's not what I need. What the? Oh, shit. Oh, it's just one guy. We're fine. Never mind. I take that back. Strike that from the record. They're multiplying on me. Good, good, good. He didn't multiply there. We've been in a situation where it's just this vicious cycle of like us taking one down, another one popping up, and it being just absolutely brutal. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay. Melody, you gotta heal yourself. Rhodey with the double attack there. Nice crit. Yeah, it's wild because like when they level up, right? Her hit points have increased by like 9 in that level up. That's huge. I blocked it. You bum. There we go. So, like, yeah, to see these characters grow so quickly is very, very, you know, very nice. All right. This is all new for us. You do, Bane of Twitch. You must. You must. It's fantastic. It really is. It's a really fun game. Very challenging, emphasizes discovery and exploration, has the great quality of life like an auto mapper already ingrained into it, so like you don't have to do much to really enjoy this game. You don't. It's got a great ease of access. There have been some major challenges, but those challenges haven't felt insurmountable. You don't have to make your own maps. Nope. It's all in there already. Ow, son of a bitch. Okay. Put him to sleep, Rhodey. Please. You aren't battling the UI and monsters exactly. Not at any point are you battling the UI. This has been also a really just the right level of difficulty. Banachurch says, I never made maps for EQ as a kid. I would look for textures and shit as a kid to find my way around. You're not crazy, Bane of Twitch. That's one of those things, right? I never understood. I never got sense of direction in any games in general until I played Minecraft of all games, where I felt it was a necessity, and so I really started to pay attention to like trees and small things that were points of reference that I could utilize to be able to navigate the world a little bit more. And oops, let's use magic. But like EverQuest is notorious for being very disorienting and very difficult to navigate. And this has been a joy. I just gotta find. Remember playing Minecraft in Alpha before they had all the safety stuff? When you played a public server, you had to find a way to hide yourself as well as defend yourself. Absolutely, it's brutal. Oh, I didn't get it in time. That's right, it's just one. Look at that. Just 2 hits, spam, done. Ability's level 9 now. There, hit points went up by 6 there. I knew they were coming. I played exact same thing in your soccer. Played before beds, absolutely. That was a long time ago. No beds for me. Yes, Melody with the big crit. Iron staff was found. I think Melody already has the iron staff, right? Yeah, she's got the iron staff already. Oh, I missed it again. Yeah, I was an early adopter of Minecraft when it was like $10. Way back in the day. Ooh, okay, snake crest. So that we need. Okay, our health is doing great. Put it to sleep. Please work. It didn't work. This thing is brutal. Yeah, that sucks. Gotta keep trying, though. You blocked it. I used the ice on the ice siren, and it did a lot of damage. We have to keep trying to get her to sleep, because she does so much damage. Didn't work. We gotta heal Rhodey. Oops. It's weird, the music names in this. Everybody has a music name. There's Melody, there's Forte, and there's Rhodey. He's a Rhodey, obviously. Yeah, everybody gets hurt. Bad. Speeds are decreased. The musical turd. Hey, don't be hating on the musical turd, okay? Okay. Let's see it. Let's see our magic. So our hero doesn't have anything but heal 1. So we'll just use all his MP right now and save his melodies for when we get into combat and stuff. Wait, what was that over there? That's strange. Okay, so we're looking for a triangle. We saw one way back in the day. Also looking for a square. Ooh, okay. A Reaper. We haven't came across this guy yet. Let's see if we can put him to sleep. Please. Didn't work. Blaze 2. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Big crit. Okay. Heal Rhodey. Oh, it hurts. 13 though. She can survive that again. Just don't do Blaze 2 again. Okay. Whew. Whew. Terrifying. I feel like the Reaper, we fought him as a boss earlier. Oh, the musical turd. That's his cousin Beans. Okay. So our method here was Hell Blast. Brutal Fire. Thought Beans was the musical fruit. Well, you know, the more you eat, the more you toot. Once in a while, those turn into something more than a toot. They turn into a turd. That's how it works. Don't you know the physics of pooping? 20 points of damage, are you kidding me? Please go to sleep. I just like to say I polished turds for fun. It didn't work on the crab. Of course it didn't. Of course it didn't work. So I love this. Bubbles. No! So much damage. Please put him to sleep. We may have to use a fairy angel wing to get out of here. There we go. He fell asleep. Thank God. So that we can get out of here because Rhodey's magic's getting low. Melody's getting low. Kind of recenter ourselves. We'll see how it goes. Get some more material. He awoke. Come on, just die. Okay, this is it. This is the one that kills him. Yes. Level 10. Return magic. I mean, where are we headed on the map? That sounds like a plan. Perfect timing, turd. Blocked by mysterious force. Okay. Item. Use. Can I use the angel wing? Excuse me? Alright. Alright, game. You can't escape. So we need to get out of here. We gotta find the beeline to the exit. So that is a long way away. Alright, so we go straight, then right, left. Right, okay. Oh, there's our square. Oops. use, let's see, goat. Ooh, hello. Okay. The potion. And that's a shortcut back to here. Because we just came from this area here. Okay. Interesting. That's still blocked off. Oh crap, you can just go straight to hell, my friends. Where are we on the MP? Okay. So he can do brutal fire. Okay. Yeah. Just a ton of damage. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm doing a preemptive heal. Because I know he's going to attack, and he's going to probably hit her or do bubbles. Yeah, stupid bubbles. You just gotta heal Rhodey next. Go to sleep. Please go to sleep. Just go to sleep. It didn't work. That was the last of his MP. So let's hope we kill this thing then. Very quickly. And we get out of here. We get out of here is the really important one. There we go. Don't I just hate it when your turd gets all bubbly? Oh, dude. You get bubbly turds. You don't want bubbly turds in life. You really don't. That's like the last thing that you need. Of all the stuff that you need in life, bubbly turds, last thing you need. Ooh, just barely made it. Yeah, kill the striker pod. Yes! He's not multiplying. Get healed too from that. That's my favorite crit. Herb was found. Nice. Alright, so we gotta go to the other side. Run. Heading back to town. Because we can't use the angel wings for some godforsaken reason. I dig the music. So this is a wild time when Sega or Sonic Software Planning had they really went all in on these pre-rendered visuals for like characters and stuff. Everybody's a little round and soft, and it's a hit or miss. Like they had Shining Wisdom earlier in the system's life, which is kind of like a Zelda style Shining game, And it felt kind of claymation-y, but it kind of fell flat visually. The game also was not very good. It was not very good. I feel bad. I didn't like it. I got really far into it, and then I just got kind of stuck. It's how I do with a lot of games of that style that aren't Zelda. Like, you get into these situations where you're just like, well, I don't know what to do now. I don't know. Alright, we gotta sell off the rod that we got. What is the... This is antidote? Okay. Nope. Yes. I did buy something earlier, thank you very much. Bronze armor. Battle armor. Chain suit. What's the silver tiara get? Okay, another boost in defense for her. Yeah. So we got the steel glove, the steel helmet. He's already got that. Battle armor, who gets this? 51. Oh, that's a big boost. Is that while they're drinking water? How do they feel about you going in and out of it so much? And also, I mean, it's plagued with jellyfish? I mean, let's talk about that for a second, Lip. Like... No. Oh my god. Yes. I can't buy the battle armor because his items are full. Who gets the helmet? Okay, let's get him the helmet. He needs his defense buffed. Yeah, let's sell something. What's that do? Restore HP. Ooh, that's a big one. Let's just get rid of one of these fairy powders. No. Oh, I don't have enough money anymore. Let's see. Another robe. Chain suit. Okay. Yeah. Get rid of the silk robe. Perfect. That's a good start. So, like, none of y'all are gonna realize that, you know, you guys drink water filled with jellyfish. None of you? You guys are just fine with your water supply plagued with jellyfish? Don't you all get, like, stung? All of you people are crazy! What is wrong with you people? Soylent Green is people! It's people! Oh, we didn't... Did we stay at the end? We did. Yes, we did? It looks like we did. Oops. Status. Yeah, we stayed at the end. Soylent Green is made out of peephole! I am Turd! Your Soylent Green is made of people! Okay. So we need to find the, we need to find the triangular slot now. Please work. That didn't work. I'm just gonna have to go all in, I think. Oh, Oh, no, we have to put her to sleep. Like, she just does that. That's not a spell, I would add. That's something they can just do whenever they want. There we go. Yeah, we have to try to keep trying in that instance. The ice sirens are super dangerous. Good power attack. Yes! The pile drive! I love it so much. That is so cool. Okay. This is a complicated dungeon. Yes! Incubi! Okay. Let's just strike him. It should be enough to take him out. Just don't morph on me. Turd's paralyzed. Rhodey's hit. They attempt to do you harm by singing to you songs from the Frozen soundtrack. Let it go, not holding back anymore. Or, this will all make sense when I am older. Someday when I'm older, this will make sense. Something like that. The Melody's healing herself a bunch, which I like. Edgar! How are you, by the way? I'm so dumb. I look at colors. It's so ridiculous. Everybody has a similar color scheme. Edgar, you've got Sakura's color. Hesh, you've got Beta Twitch's color. I'm doing alright, Edgar. How are you, my friend? It's good to see you. Level 10. I got what? Everyone's got the same color scheme for their names? Like, I see colors. I don't see the names. Similar. They're similar. Hesh and Retro Gislan might have the same. Everybody's got similar things. Burntwood's got the same. He's another person who comes in the stream a bunch. It's a bit darker. Hold on. Let's have her do her spell. I recognize people by colors. That's really ridiculous, but just how I do it, okay? I try my best. Alright, so I think... Oh, okay, I think I remember what triangle is. It's this way, and then straight. Let me take a left. Don't want that one. It's this one over here. Yes. We have the triangle recess. Okay. So your color has been changed. Pandemic burnout leads to sadness, leads to excessive napping, leads to not drinking enough water, leads to headaches. Edgar, let me tell you, you're making a lot of sense in the not drinking water. That's for sure. What did that do? Oh, I was like, what did that do for me? I totally know what that did for me. It moved the thing so that when I go up the ladder. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see if I can do that from here. So we go this way. No. Oh, Lip, you're looking out for me. I will take that water break. 1 second. Yeah, now this connects. Tricky little game, you. Oh. Oh, you guys are trying to take care of me. I do not drink my water. And Bane, thank you for the haikus. I love haikus. I love giving stupid haikus. Let me go get my water, and we will have a haiku. Alright? Listen to the dulcet tones of this music. I'll be right back. I know they're not stupid. I love them, but I like making stupid ones. It's time for a haiku. A village so daft, drinking water unaware, they drink jellyfish. This has been a haiku. Thank you so much for the haiku redemption, Band of Twitch. I got my water right here. Woo. A big draw just for you. Thank you. The jellyfish makes the water nice and thick. Yeah, so the person who won it has not responded. I'm gonna give them a small amount of time, and then we'll just redraw. We're gonna have to redraw. Oh. You have to chew it a little. You need to have that firm resistance, right? It's like a tapioca pearl, or, you know, that sort of thing. Pixies are requiring things. The Eagle Crest. Okay, this is like a wackadoo Resident Evil game. The leprechauns! They're coming for you, Reaper! Alright, put it to sleep, please. Because it does blaze, too. That didn't work on him. Crap. Alright, he's going to do a big hit here. Damage control. Rhodey needs healed first. Yeah, so we will be doing another haiku book 100% this year for 2022. I hope beyond hope that people invest their points on haiku stuff, because I love it. And it wasn't that hard to do. Like, I started work. Sakanako, how are you? I started working on it like a couple days before I had to do it, and it was pretty easy. 2022 haiku. It's kind of a bummer. If they don't respond, you can send it to me. I know, Kunononi. I wish it had yogurt, Sakanako. I wish. Now, this is made by Sonic Software Planning. Not by Climax. I mean, even though I think that part of them got turned into this, I think that's how it went. It's very complicated what happened in all of that. I wish. I mean, that's why I have to put Time Stalkers on the list at some point to play, because it does have yogurt, and yogurt is the best. So Sakanaka, this is the twist. So random enemy encounters, they appear spatially. So they can come from behind, in front, from above, below, left and right, etc. All these fairies represent a particular direction within which the enemies come from. If we get it right, we have a small window, sometimes larger depending on the enemy, and they get a preemptive attack that does a bunch of damage based on how many fairies you have. When you defeat the enemy, you also get an extra bonus in XP and gold based on the fairies you have. How about you make a vocal audio book with the haikus? Send it to me, and I can make a Bogus Meat Factory haiku compilation track. Band of Twitch, I'd love to do that. I'll absolutely send that to you. Let's get some ASMR here. Hey, folks. Welcome to the Bogus Meat Factory haiku for 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the haikus for the year. Oh, they came from behind. We can't stop the ones from behind. How you been, Sakanaka? How are things going with the tapes and stuff, the recording, and getting all this fixed up? I think about that every single day, and I get very, very sad. I'm like, I don't have that in my life. We need more yogurt. We need more stupid JRPG mascots that don't do anything. They're not really in the game, barely if at all, but are prevalent for the company. They just need to be there. It's finished. Nice. They better appreciate it. I would be very upset if they did not appreciate it. That's such a great work. You did a fantastic job. Spider thread. Let's do it. Let's see what it does. Oh, just a speed decrease? Not necessarily worth it. Normal attack. Yes. I'll take the normal attacks. Thank you. So, yeah, the booster, Sakanako, the booster kicked my butt a bit. It wasn't bad. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't bad. But the booster definitely, I had a minor effect. I was affected. I embrace. Let's see if it's better than what we have right now. It might be. Oh, he can't use it. What does she have? She has the air embrace already. Yeah, ATM machine, like mine. So like when I got the vaccine, I was unaffected. Like it was barely anything noticeable. A sore arm, and like that's kind of it. And then the booster, I felt it right away. Like my arm got sore that night, very quickly, and then I was just really tired. I had a very small fever, a low-grade fever, nothing serious, but I was definitely affected. I was so tired. I didn't sleep for a whole day, but I slept for a really long time throughout the day, like napped like 3 times. Just knocked out. My oldest got her vaccine, and she was kind of tired for one day, but nothing else. She didn't complain about anything feeling sore. She was pretty unaffected in total. Alright, so the hexagonal is down here. It's really close by. It's this way and take a left. Sorry, pentagonal. Duh, I keep saying hexagonal. It's pentagonal. Do any of these characters cast juggling lights? I want to see the sparklies. Oh, go Dappy. Go Dappy, by the way. Welcome. It's good to see you. I will give you some spell effects. I'll give you some spell effects. They don't do no juggling lights necessarily, but they get some wackadoo stuff. I love how this game uses their the strengths of the Saturn to get their things going. Oh no, there's a boss. That's a boss if I've ever seen one. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, boss fight. Oh, look at this. Look at this CGI. I think we're ready now. The enemies in the dungeon now don't kick our ass. You know? Alright. Look at him. Howdy.
I have been waiting for the one to come and receive this key. Now, finally, my gas is finished. I can rest in peace. Did you just say gas? The key is yours. But the quest is just starting. Now you must solve the mystery of Aborigine Mansion. And fight me. Let me tell you something before I go. It's the secret to solving the mystery of the Aborigine Mansion. Engrave these words upon your heart.
Engrave these words on your heart, chat. Ingrain these words upon your heart. So cat was dwarven dead. Salad Fingers takes me back. Oh, Salad Fingers, yes. What was it?
Like spoons? Yes, something like that. Spoons.
It's a kind of code. Thank you for the subscription. Like Salad Fingers. That was a classic Flash animation.
I like rusty spoons. The hidden path in the mansion can be opened with a furniture switch. The power of the invisible spirits can be calmed with holy water. By doing so, the book will be yours. When the non-ticking hand says tea time, and if the Grey Knight who challenges everyone to a duel can be made to serve.
Are you guys engraving this in your heart? Please, engrave this in your heart. Somebody better be engraving this. I hope someone is engraving this. Something about a furniture switch. Furniture switch. Switch. Holy water. Tea time clock. Grey Knight can be made. Bogus likes it when the red water comes out. Red rum. When Grey Knight can be made to serve, then the ruler's door will be opened from the bed of the dead. Jesus. Opened bed of the dead. Can you repeat that for me? I did not engrave that into my heart fully. Have you taken that in? No. Hidden path of the mansion can be opened with a furniture switch. The power of the invisible spirits can be calmed with holy water. Power, invisible spirits. Look at my note taking. Look at this. This is beautiful. Oh, you can't even really read that, can you? There's also some notes to the back of that. This is my handwriting. It's fantastic now. That's not what I promise you, that's not what the haiku book looks like. I actually have good handwriting, but when I'm in a fluster, it gets all nimbly. Okay, so by doing so, the book will be yours. Do it for a book. Do it for a book. And the non-ticking hand says tea time. Non-ticking hand. I've taken it in. It's been engraved into my heart.
You would do well to reflect on this. Luck be with you.
Oh, I wanted to fight him. Found the gold key. Turd has given the gold key to Melody. I think that's it. Can we now escape? Let's go. Let's walk our way there so that we can get some more XP. We'll just go the old-fashioned way. We're just gonna have ourselves an old-fashioned. Right? Oh, we have to... Hold on. Can I not get out? Oh, I can get out this way. Okay. Sure, go that way. Oh. Ice Princess. Okay. I was really ready for a fight. I'm slightly disappointed that no fight happened. Look at all the swirls. Look at this. There you are. I hope that helped you, Godappy. I hope that was what you were looking for in life. Freezing cold air. Oh, lady. This hurts. Aunt Janice. Let's just go brutal fire. Headbutt, turd. Yes. Here we go. Look at this. Ah! Spell effects. They're so great with their lines. They like to have lots of flying little lines. That's so distinctly Sega Saturn to me. They didn't have that. I don't feel like that was a thing on the PlayStation. These weird three-dimensional lines. There we go. And Turd got to level 11 before we left. I like it. Nice, Turd. Proud of you, Turd. You're becoming a real man. A real soldier of fortune. Seeking out treasure in unknown places, delving deep into the dungeons. Oh no. No. We don't. No. We don't. We don't. We don't do that. We don't bear pods. Oh, they're still alive. Crap, they're laying more pods! Stop laying pods, damn it! Okay. Yes! Power attack! That is wild, right? Like, you don't see a lot of three-dimensional lines in things. I feel like that's not a common thing. To have a bunch of lines represented in three-dimensional space. Am I crazy? I don't see that a lot. I like it. It's a cool visual aesthetic. Just running like, we need to get the hell out of here. Oh god. what we'll do is... Let's talk to people. Okay. The young lady who serves the king is Elise. She's the granddaughter of Rilix. She's pretty, but I don't like her. You look interested in Elise. Do you want me to tell you the town's rumor about her? Yeah. Give me the deets, little girl. The reason why animals get excited around her is that she has, ferocious blood in her veins. That blood terrifies the beasts. They say that on a full moon night, her blood boils, and she assumes a different shape and attacks people. Isn't that horrible? Do you want to hear more? Of course I do. During the day, she looks pale, tired, and doesn't go out in the sun unless she has to. But after the sun goes down, she looks better. I've seen dwarves and goblins, but something about Elise seems unnatural. Isn't that really scary? Wait. Hold on, little girl. Hold on, little girl. You've seen dwarves and goblins. You've seen goblins? Where have you seen goblins? Let's take a second. Where have you seen some goblins? When was the last time you were dungeon diving? She's a werewolf and a vampire, and this little girl's seen goblins. She's hanging out in the goblin mines, you know, just on a vacay with her mom and dad. No big deal. My dad's a goblin. It's okay. Is he? Is he, girl? Like, really? Hey, during the day, a man heard an agonizing cry from the alley. He went to look. There was Elise lying on the ground. She wasn't moving at all, and then, when he helped her into the shade, she had all these wrinkles like an old woman. Isn't that frightening? Do you still want to hear more? Yes! I heard that Elise isn't the granddaughter of Rilix, but her twin sister. You'd never guess that by looking at the two of them, would ya? She respects Rilix in public, but some people say she's always insulted Rilix in private. Isn't that strange? Do you want to hear more? It seems Elise is a lover. Someone saw them together late at night. Her lover was a man dressed completely in black leather. Looked like a dark wizard with those clothes. He had nipple rings and like a mohawk. It was wild. It was going the full Voldo. Weird blade gloves. Just a lot of straps. Very strappy. People are saying that he's the same guy that has gained an evil reputation in many countries recently by... Ah! What's happening to... Oh, this little girl dead. Oh, she dead. We were not talking about you. Look, she doesn't know shit, okay? She's talking about goblins. Oh, she dead? Nothing to see here. We're fine. The door's locked. No big deal. Let's go shopping. Who wants to go shopping with me? Anybody? Want to go shopping? Nothing to see. Little girl just skin boiling. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. Don't even... Yeah, don't. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. I didn't see anything. Hey, Miles. I heard an ugly rumor about Elise. It's a lie. If you saw her, you'd agree with me. How could anyone so beautiful... Hey, Miles. I watched her brutally murder a small child. Sunlight just made him weaker and unable to transform. But she ATM machine. She know. The bottom of a can of honey roasted nuts. Don't know how to sort out the remaining nuts from the pile of salt and sugar. It's kind of go. That's when you close your eyes. You open your maw and just take it. You just take it. Oh, Dracula and the Bram Stoker's novel. Sunlight made him weaker and unable to transform, but he could walk around in it. It was like staying up late. Yes. Toss it all back. It's a nice rush. Exactly. What would you like? Yes, the waitress is very kind, and we all appreciate your patronage. Welcome to our tavern. We're always happy to serve mercenaries, as they always pay well. Step up to the counter and order something. I'd like to sleep, although I don't know if it's possible. I will be having nightmares for the rest of my life of a small child telling me rumors about a werewolf vampire lady, and then watch her skin bulge as she disappears into the ether. I'm sure eating it would be 1,000% your daily recommended allowance of salt. I don't know what's wrong with that. I'm on Team Hesh here. Hey, dog. I know that she also made your skin boil at some point, but you didn't disappear like that little girl. I'm sorry. A cave to the south is a guardian spirit that comes out whenever a disaster strikes while it's there. No one can go through. The mansion on the outskirts of town is a great place for us to work because there are many good trees around, but the place has an eerie feeling about it. Fog's always floating around and the weather's freaky. Supposedly nobody can open the door. It doesn't help that a small girl was murdered. Oh, comb those nuts. Comb those nuts. It's the kind of cow. You don't want to get any errant hairs in the mouth. Comb those nuts. During the Enric War, Sabato reached Enric Forest without using the road. Do you realize what that means? Why didn't I notice this before? It means that there's a way to travel to Desire without having to use the North Road. The only problem is how Sabato reached Enric Forest. I'll have to think about that. I keep reading the town name as Enric. Enrich. Yes, Enrich! The priest teaches us to always pray in times of need, but can praying really make things happen? Nina, no. Hey, Carl! Until they started the digging at Desire Mine, nobody paid any attention to the origin of the mountain's name, Godspeak. It wasn't until they discovered a grand shrine inside that they started to believe that the name had anything to do with religious activities. That the place was used as a center of worship long ago. Carl knows what's up. The only blessing from the Enrich War was that all of the greedy officials were gone. But now we have that witch. No better off than before. I'm sure my wife is not texting me. She is not good. Cool. Hey, priest. This is the Holy Church of Enric. All of Zod's children are welcome here. Whatever your needs, I will provide it, if it is within my power. What is it that you wish? Can we change class yet? No one is yet eligible to change the class. Okay, record. They talk about revive, but your characters go back to 1 after the fight. Like, they don't die. Unless that's something that changes. They kneel before Zod. You know, Zod. Yes. No. If you need help, come back again. Please be very careful. Zod's blessing upon you. He escaped a prison and given to him by the great usurper, Superman. You know him, Superman? Very dangerous man, they say. Very dangerous. Okay, so we can't go back to the castle right now. Hey, dude. This is the castle town, Enric. You must have responded to our summons from the castle, didn't you? You look like mercenaries. Yeah, we've talked. Alright, overworld time. Yep. So, Forest of Aborigine. Ooh, some cheery music. Great. Trees. There's a big graphical glitch that happens with this because we're emulating. Yes, Puff and Snort. Welcome, by the way. Yes, I am. I do own the game, but I am emulating. I don't have the means to capture it on my computer currently, so there's this weird graphical light glitch here that happens from time to time. Aborigine, like Australian indigenous people? No, that's Aboriginal. And welcome to the stream. Have you played this before? Out of curiosity? I'm very curious. Okay, cemetery's this way. I don't think we need to go to the cemetery yet. Music is taking a creepy turn. Oh, really? Oh, this I did not know. I learn something new every day. Trying to open the crypt? Yeah. It's a stone coffin. Okay, nothing's there. Oh, Jesus! Jesus! The hell are you? Look at him. That is... It's Aborigine. Puffin Sword, it's fantastic. It's really good. It's really great. I'm a lover of Saturn. The Saturn is my favorite console, even though it's not, it's not the best console, but it's one of my favorites because it has such unique and interesting games. But not only this, it has some of the best replayability in a lot of like Dragon Force and Saturn Bomberman, like that sort of stuff. Nick, how are you, a good friend? How are you, Nick? I hope you're doing well. All right, so let's try to put these guys to sleep. Air exploded from the two mouths. This is a thing of nightmares. It didn't work on Twin Head. You won the dumbest game of Commander. What is Commander, Nick? I don't actually know what Commander is. Let's keep trying to put him to sleep. We need to get this right. They do so much damage. Puff and Snort. Clockwork Knight. So good. So, Puff and Snort, real quick second here. Clockwork Knight talk, right? What makes Clockwork Knight so interesting, and I had played the first game, and I listened to the music of the second one, and saw a little bit of it. I had beaten it on stream earlier last year. Their attack increased by 20. Jesus, we're gonna die, aren't we? Shit. Alright. They healed. No way. Oh my god, they both do things. Oh god, we're so screwed. Okay, so let's hold on. Let's go full out. Use magic. Hellblast, baby. Brutal fire. Let's go all in. Let's see if we can get him. 21 points of damage. Hold on. Every fight now is super important. Forgive me. Air exploded from their mouths. We're so dead. Everybody's dead. We're all gonna die. Hold on. I have to focus for this one. No, just heal one for yourself. Okay. Okay. Whew. All right. Clockwork Knight. I actually really enjoy it, Puffs and Sword, a whole bunch. And one of the reasons as to why I think it's such a great game, its controls are a little getting used to, but again, I really enjoy its pre-rendered visuals. I don't typically like that style. The pre-rendered sprites and stuff like this of the Donkey Kong Country fame typically don't appeal to me, but the stuff that I've seen on the Saturn is really interesting and enjoyable. But its music is top tier. And I was thinking about what makes some types of games really interesting and engaging for people. And one of the things that I have found is that when you make a game be like just a celebration, people get on board. There's so much good vibes that come from Clockwork Knight. That game is a celebration. It tells a story in the way that we used to look at something like Sonic the Hedgehog and admire, and that got lost. This telling a story without using words, just using the visuals of these things to kind of really help the narrative and push it along. That's something that makes the original Sonic the Hedgehog games on the Genesis so effective and interesting. When they start having everybody talking like crazy, the story just becomes convoluted and just not that good. And Clockwork Knight does a great job of being a game that tells stories without got it. Telling stories without using those words. And it's just something I feel like Nintendo went and saw and they wanted to replicate it. In like what we see in the Switch and how they did ultrasonic waves. That's not that bad. Oh, but they're panicking now. Mesmerized. Oh, come on, we're all mesmerized. Can we not be mesmerized right now? Recovered, okay. It's a feel-good game. Well, Nintendo, you know, they really took a page from that, from their playbook in that regard, where it became a celebration. And you see something like the style of music that you get from, like, Mario Odyssey and stuff like this, and you can really see the parallels between the style of music that Sega was making in the Saturn era of games and how the Switch now, the type of music that they're trying to make. Oh jeez, she's the last one standing. Great. Just yes, okay, good. Melody, stay alive. Hopefully this Hell Blast will be enough to take him out. It took out the bats. Okay, good. And it's a feel-good game. Oh no, she dead. That's fine. We're fine. We're fine. She would have survived just a little bit longer. Okay. Nick says, I went on forever. By no metric should I have won. It is a variant of Magic the Gathering. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Your commander deck. Yes. Absolutely, Nick. Well, I'm glad you were able to survive. All right. Yeah, so this is going to be more of a challenge again. We're back into these dungeons that are incredibly challenging. But we have stuff to get out of the situation. We're not going to be in that same boat that we were when we got into... Oh, let's go this way. There's still more we haven't seen this direction. Right? Yeah, we haven't gone this way. Cemetery. I only survived because my board was so non-threatening that I was largely left alone. How many people were playing, by the way, Nick? Come on. Not the ultrasonic waves! Rhodey's panicking, of course he is. Ah, this is the worst. This is the worst. Everybody's panicking right now. Oh. Melody's the only one that's keeping it cool right now. Jeez. Working Designs make such good games. Oh, absolutely. The Working Designs, like, their localization is, I think, is fantastic, Puff and Snort. Like, a lot of people don't like the localizations of Working Design games because they're not, like, genuine one-to-one translations. In reality, they have a massive personality. And I think that that is what makes them so special and so interesting, is that, like, the localizations of Working Design stuff is just filled to the brim with personality. And that's the stuff that should be revered more than anything. Okay. Ooh. Oh, look at that little guy. Hello. Just gave me a little kiss. Love you. Ow! Okay. Okay, dude. That's not okay. Arc the Lad, yes. Magic Knight Ray Earth, Dragon Force, all fantastic games. There's got to be something here. No. Okay. Just let us get our magic off, please. Support. Oh, so she's got like a defense shield now. That's gonna be fun. No! Come on! Turd, Melody, Rhodey. Turd is panicking and Melody's panicking. Come on. Seize this madness. Stop with the panics. No, Blade 2, Blaze 2, no! Can Melody not be panicking right now, please? Turd's back. Kill that other one. Yes, okay, thank you. Turd's back in action. Oh, Rhodey tanked it! Yes! Thank God. Come on. Heal level 2. There we go. Whew. Whew. This has been very challenging. And I love it for it. I love it for it. These fights have had stakes. Pixies are helping. Things are challenging. Have a wonderful night, ATM Machine. Thank you so much for hanging out, dude. I greatly appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. I'm going to have fun. Come hell or high water, I'm having fun. Dang damn it. Alright. Let's heal ourselves. Let's see. And like, we don't get enough Saturn love. There's not nearly enough Saturn love out there in the retro community. There needs to be more love and respect for the Sega Saturn. It's really fantastic. It's a system that is phenomenal. And it has so much. I like it. I just do not like the prices. You're not wrong, Puff and Snort. I mean, I got a lot to say about the prices in the retro market. It's exploded. It's exploded in the biggest way imaginable. Okay, so, oh. Look at you. Oh, hello, you pretty little man-eater. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Pile drive the man-eater. Rip his roots from the ground up. And pile drive him. Okay, so is this... Are speeds increased by 23? That's all that does? It's just a speed increase? Okay. It's not that big of a deal. Late 90s could not give older generation games away. That's the truth. Like, so the collection of Saturn games that I have now is comprised of everything that we got when the Saturn had died. So we got like Magic Knight Rares, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Dragon Force, Shining the Holy Ark, Shining Force 3, Saturn Bomberman, Burning Rangers, all that stuff for a couple bucks a piece. A couple bucks a piece from the store. So the mansion's that way. So that means we gotta go this way. Nothing's important in the bushes. We gotta look at every nook and cranny. Blast. Through the fire. So this would have been like what, 97, 98? So I had much older brothers. So they had disposable incomes. And so I lived vicariously through them. And so, like, yeah, my oldest brother would just go to the store and just buy games. Just buy a whole bunch of games, just whatever he could get his hands on. And the Saturn stuff was the big one. We had rented the Saturn once before a long time ago, like the first generation Saturn with the not so great controllers. Everybody lauds the Saturn for its 6-button controllers. And rightfully so, the 6-button Saturn controllers are fantastic. But the first generation ones were a little clunky. No, that would be the 3D gamepad, is the big saucer controller. The one that kind of is like what the Dreamcast looks like at the end. So the difference is that it's the same kind of layout as the more modern Saturn pad that we know, but it was a little more square edges, and the buttons on the top were really bulky and strange. They were thick. It's hard to put your finger on exactly how to describe the right and left triggers on those, but they were just not that great. Checking all the trees. I'm looking for some fairies. I got an Earthbound big box for $5 out of the Best Buy bargain bin when I was an itty bitty kid. Jaguar controller's the best controller. Shame on you. Averagine Mansion. It looks like the arrow points to the Averagine Mansion. You think? Okay. Did we check this yet? No. Rod set knife is best god. Edgar, so help me. So help me. Not best god, Edgar. No. Ah! Bats. So help me, Hesh. That's what do we gotta do? We gotta time out Edgar. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? We're timing him out right now for his spreading the poor word of Rots at Knife. Nick, you don't get involved either. Okay, it's locked. We have the item. Who's got the key? Don't do this. Don't encourage this behavior. No. No. You can't tell me what crowd I hang with, Dad. You know, Nick? What is this? Okay, so, by the way, getting some major House of... What is it? House of Forgotten Spirits? House of Forgotten Souls? There's a wild... Hold on. It's a wild full motion video, but not live actors. Puzzle game that was or adventure game that was on consoles. First person. It had butterflies. Talking butterflies. What is this game called? Just this room reminds me of it very strongly. If we're paying controllers their due, we have to give the N64 Analog Stick credit for shredding so many palms. If you're playing Mario Party, yes. Bristlebane's the mole and Rots at Knife's left butt cheek. Nick, I'm gonna be... Oh, Nick. Nick, shame on you. If you're playing Mario Party, you're getting blisters. You're getting blisters on your fingers. But I will say, to the Nintendo 64's credit, of the single thumbstick controllers, that's really just Sega Saturn, Nintendo 64, Sega Dreamcast, it's the more comfortable one. Because, like, there's nothing better than hitting that Z button, that Z trigger. That is divine. You got 8 buttons, got a right shoulder button, a Z trigger. That Z trigger is the best. It is the best feeling. Oh, come on now. Not the 2 heads. Jesus, this game does jump scares. I don't like it. Air's exploding from the two mouths. We're all gonna die. Please fall asleep. Yes! Rel's deck was only created to give Rotset Knife more things to heal. Okay, you know what? I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. You're right. The twin heads scare the crap out of me. They do the jump scare. You don't see that very often in a JRPG. What's your favorite controller? Like, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's have that conversation right now. It's like saying what's the best Zelda game. They're buffing their attack. They're gonna be dead in a second, though. We're talking 2D. Let's make the differentiation between 2D and 3D controllers, right? So thumbstick, no thumbstick. What's the best controller? I do not have Brain Dead 13. No, I do not actually. I don't even know what Brain Dead 13 is. Tell me about this Brain Dead 13. Tell me more. Air explodes from the two mouths. Stop this. There we go. Point-and-click adventure game. On the Saturn? What's that on? Like Curse of Monkey Island. Hash, are we talking 3-button or 6-button Genesis? Another major distinction must be made there. Saturn, really? The television controller was amazing, says Edgar. Edgar, I don't even really know if I can believe you anymore. I don't know what's real. I have never heard of Brain Dead 13. And it's on the Saturn. And it's a point-and-click adventure game of the type like Curse of Monkey Island. That's... I can't remember which I had. Yeah, the Intellivision controller had the sliding gels that told you what the controls were. Okay. I will say this about the Intellivision. It was interesting. It was not necessarily good. It was interesting. First consoles in Intellivision would not call it amazing for feels. Exactly. Like, it's interesting. He checked the painting. It's a beautiful painting. It's, what is this? Let's talk about the, the artistic expression here. What is the art? Get into the mind of the artist here. What are they really trying to give us here? I mean, you have this lake of blue jello below, the rippling. As a lady wearing a penguin costume is being slowly dipped into it to fulfill the artist's metaphor of the slowly suffocating existence that is the solitary life of a penguin. It all makes sense. Let's not forget the 16-direction control pad. Oh, yeah. Dude. The milers were interesting, but the controllers were terrible. Exactly. My dad's response to our request for an Atari was to get us a ColecoVision because we lived in Connecticut, and he wanted to support a local company. ColecoVision's not bad. Ash, I like ColecoVision. Yeah, it didn't have the best hand-feel ergonomics. Retro OG-san going Atari 2600. You know what? Not a bad choice. I will say this though, Retro OG-san. Have you ever played? I don't know if this was exclusive to the Apple IIgs, or if it was also an Apple II. But the Apple IIgs had an amazing joystick right? It had two buttons. So you had the top fire button, and then you had the button on the side. And it was firm. Like it had great springiness. It'd go right back into its position, spring. It was had a metal joystick. It was so good. I loved that thing. That was my favorite joystick style one. It was super, super good. All right, let's see. The potentiometer joystick, if you keep it calibrated, was great. It's fantastic. Scared to go in any rooms right now. Oh boy. Let's take a look at this painting here. I mean, what is there to say? It's clearly a painting of a small winged child ripping off the hand of a naked man. Again, in a sea of blue gelatin. It's clearly a metaphor of those moments when you feel like you've just been straight jerking 7 days in a row. Then the little angel comes out and rips your hand off. Just what happens. It's life. We've all had it happen to us once before at some point. We're trying to get one, but the Apple name makes them premium. Oh man, I wish I still had the one that I had from when I was a kid. Rishoji-san, I want more than anything. Like I don't do the real hardware stuff, you know. I don't fixate on that very much anymore. It's not a thing that I like need. But I would love to get my Apple IIgs back up and running and get all the parts for it. Oh shit, poison moths. All right. Let's just you know, give you a little bit of the hell blast, huh? Give you a little bit of the brutal fire. Those people are nude. I'm calling HR. Twitch. Call the Twitch police. Naked man and naked child. Not okay. You want the Laserdisc? Oh, which one? Oh, Laserdisc console. Which one is that, Pup and Snort? It sounds right up my alley. I know what I'm uncomfortable with. I don't know art, but I know that I don't like that art. I would also love the two things. So, like, I love to get my Apple IIgs back up and running. Get Apple IIgs stuff like boxed old computer games are fantastic. There's that picture again. But the other one would be the 3DO. I'd like to collect for the 3DO. Fairy powder. Check the table. Nothing interesting. Okay. Man, Hesh, did you play the PC Urquan Masters? They essentially did like the 3DO stuff, the 3DO voices and everything with the PC version of the game, and just released that for free, open source. Many times. It is near and dear to my heart. Excellent. I'm glad that you have. Oh, look at these guys. Mirage. Hell Blast. Real Fire. The Pioneer Laser Active. Ooh. I have to get through Star Control 2. I've never beaten it. Lingering Ghosts. It didn't work. Speeds decrease for those ones, okay? Just a speed decrease. Thank you for the follow, Puff and Snort. Oh, I've played a lot of it, but I've never gotten very far. Hesh. I've played a lot of it. Urquan Masters for sure. There's one I've been recommending to folks that I grew up with, which I thought was really interesting. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. We're so screwed. Melody's dead, isn't she? I killed the one that hasn't attacked it, which is great. Ticking clock is tough for me. I like to imagine that when you open a chest and it's full of fairy powder, your little fairy squad guys are like, dude, what the fuck? That was Susan, man. And you just ground her up? Is that just how you treat all of our people? Is that what's up? Is that what you do? Tur's max HP is hitting the hundreds now. We broke through the hundreds. Let's just use herbs for right now. So, yeah, I really want to get the 3DO is one for me. Like, I played an emulated version of a Mercenary on stream. I really enjoyed a Mercenary a lot. That was definitely a very unique experience. Let's see, who's getting Turd panicked. Okay, that's fine. Turd can panic all he likes. Lingering ghosts, yes, do that. We'll take the lingering ghosts. Reduce our speed. It only worked on Turd, though. This is a botch anyways. We're gonna probably head back and get healed up as soon as we can. Because, like, we're low on NP already. I don't know if anybody's ever played a Mercenary. It's a delight. The 3DO had a lot of exclusives, which is also why I like the 3DO. I'm a fan of exclusives. Can I use... Hold on. Can I use the Fairy Wing now? Yes, we can get out now. Good. Oh. That's what it did? I don't entirely agree with that. Alright. So let's have my dude cast return. Okay, so I have to actually go through all of that. Interesting. I have to go through that dungeon again to get to the place, get to the mansion. Did not expect that. But no, the 3DO has a lot of interesting stuff, and like, it's not a bad system. It's just a lot of really interesting stuff. Have a wonderful night, Puff and Snort. Thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for hanging out. I very much enjoyed your company. Don't be a stranger. Come in. Saturdays we play Infocom games, like text adventure games, if you're into those. Mondays are for MMORPGs, so we play, we'll be playing EverQuest every Monday. A classic EverQuest, not the new stuff. And then Wednesdays and Fridays we play variety stuff, retro, modern, it doesn't matter. We'll play a little bit of everything. We're playing this right now, so that's what our games. But have a good night. If you're ever interested in those other things, we play them. But take care. It was a pleasure to meet you. And Edgar, how do you take fairy dust, right? It's an antidote, right? What kind of antidote? You don't lick it. No, they absolutely... They're pulling out a spoon. They're melting it. You know they are. Retrobat. What is Retrobat, Bane? Tell me of this Retrobat that you speak of. Hi, I'm here to buy more armor, please. Yeah. tougher already. Let's get rid of the bronze shell, yes. Okay. Yeah, that's an increase of 15. Yeah, we're equipping that, baby. Get rid of the scale mill. It's like MAME for consoles and RetroArch and stuff. It's a cool idea, but it's so complex as far as directories go. Don't even know where to put my BIOS files. Edgar says, I figure you'd rub it directly into your wounds. No! It's fairy powder. That stinks, Beta Twitch. Like, I would think that, you know, especially with Saturn stuff, it's impossible to get Saturn stuff working right on anything. It's still a major challenge. Even now, like, I use SSF for Saturn stuff because it does super well with almost everything. Except it doesn't do so well with like there's some little graphical stuff like this stuff that I'm experiencing. These vampire bats suck. Like those videos where people repair stuff with ramen and epoxy. What? Is that a real thing? That's ridiculous. Not the piercing sonic ultrasonic wave. Everybody's stinking freaking out. No, I figured spoon, melt it, inject it. There you go. I just figured that's what was happening. Oh, this stupid head. Alright, let's go. Please go to sleep. Just... Oh, the air is exploding from the two mouths. Stop with this air. Please go to sleep. Thank you. They're asleep. Awakens? We just put them to sleep. Go back to sleep. I'm singing you a lullaby. Rest, little twin hands, tomorrow you'll wake in this sweet afterlife where you shall bake in eternal hell for being such a pain in my ass. I hate you, twin heads. There we go. What a pain in the butt. Those guys suck. They don't even give much XP for it. Okay. We need to heal. The music taking the ominous turn is very unsettling. It's like, oh, we're sweet and happy. Now we're not. You're going to die. Okay. Just do regular attacks, please. Don't do that supersonic nonsense. Please. I love that we're like, oh, we're chugging. We can't handle this. The melting effect is too much for us. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Blazeable 2. Like, that sucks. They do Blaze level 2, and it's like, you gotta spend time healing again. Let's go through the process, through the motions. Nice. Level 12, yes. Elemental Magic Mastered. I'm curious to know what that does. Alright, so let's... Oh ho! Let's do it. It's 4 MP. Why not? Oh my god. That's beautiful. What a big old gas bag. No, let's use an item. We got fairy powder, baby. That was wild. Come on. Don't... Just take this thing down. There we go. Perfect. Okay, where are we at? We're almost out of here, right? Yeah. There we go. Okay. Turn back to full, or close to at least. Yeah. And then he can do heal for her. Not too bad. Okay. Let's keep exploring this part of the mansion. Hold on. Maybe not. Let's go up the stairs. I feel like something's gonna trigger, and that's like it telling us, like, hey, you can't go here. I checked the painting. It's a beautiful painting. Maybe not. Watch, there's like a place here to rest and sleep. This place is huge. It's wild, because I was like, yeah, we're doing great. We'll be done with all this very soon, you know? It's not a big deal. And then I'm also very much like, this is taking forever. Does this hit everybody or just one? Look at this. It's so cool. It's both. Oh no. If they do Blaze 2 again, Rhodey's screwed. Don't do oh, Jesus. Is he gonna die? He might. Are you kidding me, game? Just, please die. M-Disc! Yo! Are you excited about the upcoming Fantasy Games League? Do you have your games picked out that you're thinking about wanting to get? Oh, Jesus. They don't even do that much damage to us anymore. But if they decide to do their stupid Blaze, then yeah, we're all dead. I'm glad you're excited for this M-Disc player. I am so stoked. And the games I've planned depend on what everybody else... Because, like, everybody's wanting to get Elden Ring. Everybody's wanting to get, you know, Horizon Forbidden West, you know, Breath of the Wild 2, like, those sorts of things. Everybody wants those, right? But there's the secret ones. The ones behind the scenes. You don't think about. She's just eating through her MP right now. Exactly. We know the ones with the hype, how well they're gonna do. The doorknob has been broken. Okay, so that one's broken. We know those games are gonna do well, you know? But, like, with everybody having 6 games to draft, there'll be 6 games to draft. You got a lot to pick from. I mean, you don't have a lot to pick from. Not initially. And now you got this question of, is this thing going to actually release? And we have counter picks as part of this process. If you counter pick something, that's locked in for that person. So say you pick Breath of the Wild 2, and I counter pick that. You can't get rid of that one if it doesn't release that year. So you've got yourself a big honkin' zero now sitting there in your catalog. 6 games unprepared. I got several backups for any. Yeah, and then you can bid on other ones throughout the year to add to your stuff. The Silver Tiara. I think I want to equip the Silver Tiara. Let's see. Yes, I do. Extra defense. All right. Okay, let's look at this one. It's a beautiful painting. I mean, the lethargic child with a shell on his back. It's an obvious, metaphor for our own gluttony and greed. That's imbued in us culturally from birth. This one, it's about a weird rock with a face on it and a big ball of cheese being thrown at its head. It's a metaphor for our reliance on the dairy industry, obviously. Yes! We haven't had a fairy in a while. Who do we got? Oh, we got a succubus, or an incubus. Lickness. An incubus named Lickness. Hey, Lickness nuts. Got him! Oh, look at that. It came at a perfect time. I got 4 incubuses. Incubi. Pile drive the moth into the ground. Dodge the attack. Dude! We're getting beefy. Getting beefy. Got some fairy powder. Alright. This looks like it's locked. Come on, let me in! Oh, that's not even remotely right. Oh, I could have gotten in from the right side! Look at this swashbuckling dude. The Skull Warrior. Alright. Yeah. We're doing that. We're doing Elemental. Yep, we're doing that. We're doing Brutal Fire. Absolutely. Ooh. Oh. Oh, he gets 2 attacks? No freaking way. No freaking way. She's dead then. Yeah. Jesus. I don't think she's gonna be able to get that off, but we'll see. Come on. Kill. Kill something. Oh, you attacked Rhodey instead. Thank God. No, Melody. You almost made it. You almost made it. Okay. We got rid of that thing at least. Oh, the double attack. Dude, that sucks. She's back, though. Okay. Okay. Doorknob's been broken. Oh, dude! I like bashing into things. I did not expect that to actually work. So that has told us something. Doorknobs. Doorknobless ones we bash through. Okay. Beautiful painting of a lady just being slowly absorbed by a gelatinous cube. A clear metaphor for something. Something. What entirely I don't know yet. But something. Gotta kill these things quick. If they do Blaze 2 twice, like that's it. Somebody's gonna die. This is such a cool spell. Why would I use the other one? That hits everything for a whole bunch of damage. Yeah, I'll take that. 6 points of damage. Blaze 2 I will not take, though. Please and thank you. Okay. Dead. Thank God. Okay. Melody, please heal. Thank you. Okay, we're fine. We'll survive. There we go. Whew. Man. Let's see. Steel helmet. Oh, man. I mean, let's equip that. I think I just got a steel helmet. Am I crazy? Let's see who I can give that to. Like, we paid out the nose for a steel helmet. Yeah, he's already got it. So we can sell that now for a whole bunch. Okay. I need more succubi. Just not enough succubi. These guys we can just attack. Straight up. They do poison, but we can deal with the poison. The nut dust was averted. I'm glad you're able to comb through that nut dust. You don't want dusty nuts. You really don't. What'd you do to solve it? I seem to have entered a home. Yeah, this is the Aborigine Mansion. It's a haunted mansion. We got a level 13 turd now. Alright, so let's see. So we haven't gone this way yet. Yeah, we can bust through those now. We learned this. Bookshelf. Ooh, spooky ghosts. The fork and spoon strategy worked well enough. Just took some patience. There are arcane books. Ooh, broadsword. All right. Let's see. Can turd equip the broadsword? Is that a turd weapon? No. That is not a turd weapon. Give the broadsword. There we go. Rhodey, equip that broadsword. Okay. We also learned that Dragon Dude. Hello, Dragon Dude. Arg. Isn't that? Didn't we meet him in Desire Village? Yes, it is him. Beso, the Dragon Warrior. What is he doing in this place? Edgar says, passing out. Posted a video of a dude repairing a sink with ramen disco. Got hit by a trailer for a Foo Fighters horror movie. I didn't know it was a thing. It just spaced out for like 10 minutes. No worries, Edgar. Get your rest, man. Rest well. It is good to see you. You're always welcome. You are Rhodey's group. Ung. To think you'd be here. What? I mean, where is this? I came down the passage under the coffin and was going through some kind of maze then. We're the ones with questions that need answers. How did you get into this mansion when nobody else could? The mansion. Yeah. It looks like one, then. Him. That's impossible. Him? What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. I guess I have to start from the beginning. So, listen. You guys left Desire Village, right? Well, we came after you and followed all the way to Enric. Once there, we started collecting information in the town and heard that you had gone into the castle, but no one knew what happened to you after that. So Lisa and I discussed the situation, then decided that Lisa would try to sneak into the royal chamber while I would investigate here. So I came out here, but it's rumored the door wouldn't open. I just couldn't give up that easily, so I decided to check out the graveyard in the forest beyond. There I found the stairs inside the stone coffin going down. Found myself in some sort of maze or catacombs. Venturing on, I encountered a stone door, and then it appeared. Wait, you mean like the clown? A monster with a dreadful light in its eyes. Big nose. Sounds a lot like Tim Curry. Unbelievable power. It attacked me, and I was no match against it. If it was too powerful for you, a dragon warrior, to stand against, what could it be? It's probably Galm. He's like the master of this mansion, man. He's lived here for like 200 years. He's the one we came to confront. Let me tell you, don't do it. You got no chance of winning. I don't believe anyone can defeat that. We came here to see the master of the mansion at Sabato's request. Our destiny begins here. No matter what obstacles may be in our way, we will not retreat. we can only move forward.
You came here on Sage Sabato's behest. That man sent you here. Where that horrible monster resides? I can tell from your words that you are very determined and also a little bit crazy. Must be a good reason. Okay, I'll not try to stop you. Instead, I have a favor to ask. Take me with you. I have my brains on the outside. It looks really weird, but every time I think of that monster, my body trembles. I'm scared. Never experienced this before. If I run away, I'll be a coward for life. That's why I have to face him again.
Dragon Warrior Beso joins the group. He's got the Beso bucks. Every time you give a Twitch Prime, he gets a couple dollars in his pocket. Let's look at his stats. Beso's what? Okay, 92. He's level 10. So that says we're over the level we need to be. He's got an attack of 90, so he's got the second best attack right now. Decent defense. Slow as hell. His status is healthy. Okay. So he's now part of the team, which I like. It's locked.
Ooh. Scary ghosts. I'm gonna feign surprise and put it on YouTube for money. Because that's what I do. I've got no morals. Oh, look at the little jellyfish. Hello, little guy. You're so cute. I just want to cuddle with you.
Turd, check the table. Ah! Bugs! Okay, there is something about the beds here. Right? Furniture switch. We're checking anyways. Being thorough here. Hello. Huh. Bet you there's more over here. Oh, what? Okay, furniture pushing puzzle. Oh, I see. Shows the placement of the furniture. Okay, so we gotta leave and come back then, it looks like. Or can I push it back? I don't think I can. Yeah, we have to reset this. Can we not? Reset it? Did we fuck it up? Uh-oh. Arcane books. Okay, this one has to be up against this wall. I done messed this up. Alright, so the table's where it needs to be. And that one needs to be up against this wall. I really did mess this up. Cyrus, how's it going, dude? Long time no see. How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well. This is Shining the Holy Ark. It's fantastic. Can I pull it? No, I can't. Okay, that sucks. It is great. Oh, there we go. I think something happened now. I think they reset. It reset, thank God. This is Shining the Holy Ark on the Sega Saturn. I do actually own this game, although this is an emulated version of it because I don't have the stuff to get it done on real hardware. But I do own this game. It is a fantastic game. I've never beaten it. I had much older brothers, and my middle brother was really into this game, but he got to a point where he was like, I can't do this stupid game, I hate it. Never beat it. And so I'm taking up the mantle. Gonna beat it. Also because it's a prequel to Shining Force 3. And so I'd love to have a little bit of context for it, you know? Okay, so table is where it should be. This just needs to go to the right a bit. Is that correct? Oh no. Hold on, it's got to be match up with the table. I screwed that up. Oh no, I gotta do this all over again. Damn it. So this is a really fascinating game. So it's it uses pre-rendered sprites in like for the characters and combat and stuff, which is really cool. And then it has the low poly 3D polygonal like environments, which is really fun. Maybe that's what that means. It's not flush with it, it's close to it, you know? Let's see. That's flush. It needs to be flushed with the door. What you been up to, Cyrus? Have you played anything good lately? What you been playing? I hope you're doing okay. Give me some kind of sign, environment, that we have done what we're supposed to do. There we go. Ooh, the old key opens all the doors. Guardian Legend, excellent game. I have Guardian Legend. Great game. Very challenging game. Super good. All right, so let's try using the old key on this. Yes. Oh! Spooky things. I am spooked by this. My fear is genuine. Ooh, the Royal Crest. Okay. Okay, he can wear that. That's an accessory. Increases his luck in his MD. I think that's magic defense? Yeah. I'll put it on you then, dude. Guardian Legend, I saw a Game Center episode for that game. It is really interesting. It's really surprisingly really cool. It does some really awesome stuff, especially on the NES. It's surprising how versatile a lot of the games on the NES ended up becoming. There's a lot of games that do a lot of really interesting things. I love me some, you know, some Solstice. I really surprised that game ended up being as awesome as it is. So let's see. So okay, so everything connects. We've been down here. We hadn't just... Okay, this makes a lot of sense. So we just need to use the key on that. So we got the key now that opens everything. Yeah. It's a magnificent door. Oh, it leads us back here. Shortcuts. I like it. There's one more room in there that I want to check out. In this area that we haven't been to yet. Oops. This one? No, we were in there. Come on now, guys. Stupid twin head. Alright. He doesn't have any magic. He doesn't know any magic. Okay, so he's just fighting. Melody, just expect to heal yourself. Rhodey, put him to sleep. We have a full party now. This is the first time ever. We've never had a full party before. Sleep level 1. Put him to sleep, thank God. Now they have this full party. See what Beso does. He awoke. He didn't even last one. Oh, come on, Beso. Alright. That's ridiculous. They didn't even survive. They didn't even go one round. So let's put him to sleep again. See if it works. Didn't work. Dang it. They're going to be doing the exploding, air exploding from their two mouths. Nice crit. We're speeding up Beso. Giving him a big speed buff so he can attack more quickly. Yep. That's fine. But they don't do much damage to us outside of the magic. The magic is really brutal for us. It hurts. And Janice. Dude, Beso, you need to get your act together. Healing themselves. Come on! Thank you, Beso. Okay, Melody, you need to heal yourself. Good, 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 good. We got a full party hash. We got a Dragon Man now. And his name is Jeff Bezos. His literal name is Jeff Bezos. Oh! Okay, chest ghost. Not expecting a chest ghost. Heal yourself, and then try to sleep the chest ghost. Come on, sleep the chest ghost. It didn't work on the chest ghost. I think we're just gonna have to tank it. Just fight it out. Look at him. He's pretty. They're all very toothy. Soul Steel. I'm sorry? What was... Oh my god, okay. Please go to sleep. Please go to sleep. Come on! If you can one-hit kill her, guys, we're so fucked! Okay, at least he stopped one-hit killing. What was the point of that? That was ridiculous. Yeah, just do the best you can, Rhodey. Alright. Jeff Bezos. Let's just... Yeah, let's just... I don't know, just attack. Out the gate. Oh, not another Soul Steel. Come on. It didn't work on Bezos. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. Breathe fire on the chest ghost. Okay. Jeez, that was ridiculous. The chest ghost is exhausted. You'd think that he'd have more boobs for being a chest ghost, but he's not. That was all it was. a chest ghost. Okay. All right. Iron shell. I don't think we have any of that. Bezos, can you equip the iron shell? He already has one. All right, so Bezos give. It's actually worse than what he has. Okay, so never mind. We'll sell that then. That's just merchant fodder. I like it. Fire, fire, fire. Okay, so we have explored all but one pathway in this floor. Can't get them with that. Cyrus, it's fantastic. And it's always a challenge. And what's great is that characters have multiple different crits. So they do different types of crit attacks. For instance, Melody, our healer, our primary spellcaster and healer, one crit does just sheer damage. Another crit actually heals herself. So it does normal damage, but she gains HP. Which is fantastic. It's like there's a lot of different stuff going on here. Our ninja guy, Rhodey, he does, oops. He has one that is like a double attack. Then he has another one that stuns the enemy, mesmerizes them. And what we have here, so everything is situational. See how that vampire bat, when it came in from the left side, but super quick. Sometimes they go a little slower, sometimes they go faster. The fairies on our bottom right corner are all directional based. So the one right there that I have is straight ahead, I believe. And then this one is things coming from the ceiling, things coming from the left side, things coming from the right side, things coming from underground. If we send them out at the right time, as the enemies are coming in and they're from the right direction, it does an extra hit. And also gives us a boost in XP and a boost in gold that we get. Yes, we found another fairy. And so by just exploring the environments, you get different fairies. We needed another succubus named Orlia. There's a lot going on. It has an auto mapper, which is fantastic. Thanks for the wink. Booty lady. And so we have an auto mapper, which is very helpful. Yep, see, there's 27 points of damage for everybody on the way in. Like, that's great. Alright, let's do elemental, and then you do brutal fire. I just want to get this bat killed because the bat can mesmerize us. It's just a massive pain in the ass. What's great, though, is that we have already unlocked shortcuts in this dungeon. So if we have to go back and heal, which we're going to have to do at some point very soon, we now have quicker access to certain things here, which is nice. Oh, look at you, Bezos. Bezos is a beefcake. Summoning the lingering ghosts! That just reduces our speed. We'll take it. I have to get up early. Very full day tomorrow. Good luck with the game. See you next time. Bye, chat. Kuno no Oni. Thank you for hanging out. Your presence is always treasured. Rest well, my friends. We'll be back tomorrow, too, for Infocom. So if you're into Infocom, you know you are. We'll be here. Bugs under the table. I always feel like there's something there. You know, there's something extra. Okay. Let's see. I need her to heal herself. Oh, dude, her MP is getting real low. All right. Yeah, I think now's a good time to actually just... What we'll do is have Turd cast Escape from Dungeons. And then we'll get out of this mansion, and then we gotta cast it again to get out of the other dungeon. Heal up. That's our major like obstacle is magic point management. There is an outside. Oh, Cyrus, there's many an outside. Look at this, Cyrus. There are towns. Look at this. It's fantastic. We can't go north because the border's closed. We can't go south because the cave guardian. Can't go anywhere. We're stuck. It does, doesn't it, Cyrus? I love this aesthetic. So you have these pre-rendered sprites that are in this. And it's just, it is a delight. It is a delight. And so they kind of incorporate that aesthetic that is typical of the old like top-down Japanese RPGs, and then they incorporate it into this first-person dungeon crawl style. Hey, Brahma. Since telling you the tale of Vandal, the Elder has been very preoccupied. Perhaps he's remembered something that he forgot to tell you about. Ooh. Welcome again, mercenary. I have more to tell you. Come here and listen. I feel the need to tell you about the rebirth of the 1,000-Year Kingdom. Do you want to hear more? Sure. If one could bring about rebirth of the Kingdom of Darkness, it would be the power of corruption, for that has the potential to reawaken Vandal. Corruption is a petty power created from human grief and tragedy, but when gathered in large quantities, it becomes a powerful evil. However, only the Holy Ark is capable of achieving this. I have lots of questions. The Holy Ark? The Holy Ark is a vessel that is said to absorb and contain corruption. It was created by the gods and is guarded by the spirits. The vessel was placed in a room with the spirits, and it protects the spirits from the evils of the world. However, legends say that if the Holy Ark is opened, the earth will be engulfed in horror as the evil is released. Then everything will disappear from the Ark. Do you have any questions? A lot. I won't force you to listen. Come back anytime if you want. It's not just square roads and stuff. So yeah, Cyrus, they also do a great job of kind of making things be curved, and it's not just like a simple grid-based thing, which is really great. Time to sleep. I don't think we need any more equipment right now. Kind of saving up the money. I think we're doing okay in terms of the equipment, like armor and weapons and such. I'm going to check on the weapons, just because I want to see. There's multiple towns too, Cyrus. This isn't just a singular hub world either. We've been to one other town in the beginning, Desire, which is a mining town. So I want to see what you have. Oh yeah, he's got new stuff, I think. I don't think we bought these. The longsword? Oh, no, maybe we did. So here's the thing. If you've ever played Shining in the Darkness on the Sega Genesis, same style of thing, right? It's that same style. It's just got a different visual aesthetic, of course, being 2D and stuff like that. But it's the same style of game, and it's really interesting. Okay, yeah, we're fine. Okay, time to go back in. I want to try to beat this mansion dungeon before the end of the night. Or at least get some major progress in it. It's surprising how much... It's surprising just how much there is going on here. Got him off in time. Nice. So we should be able to just whack him and kill him. Yeah, it's really great. Yeah, that's fine. Hit Basil for one. Curse Celeste wants a monster manual. Curse Celeste, I totally needed to deactivate that, because that's really for EverQuest, but I'll give you a monster manual. Bat Batty, I totally forgot to deactivate that. I'm sorry. We'll get you a refund. We'll get you a refund. 1 second. Let me get you one. Un momento, por favor. I forgot to take that off. Reject. Refund points back to user. Okay, well, I can absolutely. I mean, the vampire bats first originated, right, in, the southern regions of the continent. How they came to being. Was there was a guy named Vampire. And he just kind of, got a little freaky with the bats. Their offspring, vampire bats. Still refunding you. Poisoning, turd. Yep, turd's poisoned. Vampire, the untold story. Just a guy named Vampire. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's just a guy named Vampire. Oh, I don't have anything to cure that, so I guess we'll use the magic then. That's 100% worth it. Oh, dude, the little fairy just injected me with some fairy dust. See, I told you. I told you, the fairy dust, they melt it with a spoon, suck it up with a syringe, and inject it. And lo and behold, when we cast Antidote, what'd that little cherub do? It stuck us with a needle. So absolutely, fairy dust. Okay. And go right. We're good. Alright, so we need to, focus our attacks on this dude. Because he can do Blaze 2 and totally screw us over. Doesn't do any damage, really, to us. Just a couple. Our defense now is so high, but we just need to kill him because he does magic, and magic overrides that defense. What you been doing, Curse Celeste, by the way? I hope you're doing well. Played anything good lately? I'd love to know. Doing alright. I'll take it. It's Friday. Melody's level 13 now. Back to playing Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. Which one is that one? Which one is that what Fire Emblem game? What system? What number in the, the series? Fire Emblem 8, the third GBA one. Nice. Nice. Are you enjoying it so far? I really dig the permadeath aspect of Fire Emblem. Very much so that to the point where I'm like, if I were to redo Shining Force 1 and 2 and such, I would definitely be permadeath involved. Jeff Bezos with the kill. Got an antidote herb. Nice. Good games. That's what I am all about. And you very much know this from experience. That's the thing that, you want to know the way to get me engaged. Oh, I've never been here. Oh, that's the clock. We got another fairy. That's gonna open up. I'm gonna get up to the top there and make it tea time. What is tea time? Is tea time 12 o'clock? What's the official tea time? Zircon, the leprechaun. Yay! Maybe it's tea time and they play golf. Ooh, didn't think of it like that. Nice. Got it off in time. Have a good night, M-Disc. Thank you so much for hanging out, dude. I very much appreciate it. And I can't wait for the Fantasy League to start. You're going down, man. I got you. You're going down. Flame Green Ghosts. I can take a speed debuff. I really appreciate everybody hanging out to watch me play this game tonight. I really do. Because I find this game to be so interesting. I think we need to give more love to the Sega Saturn. I mean, look, the 32-bit era of retro games, it doesn't get the love it deserves, even on the PlayStation. You have your Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, your Final Fantasies, right? Outside of that, though, there isn't as much love for the system and its library. And that's a crying shame. Let's go this way and see what we got. Hello. Nope, can't do anything there. Turd, check the table. There's nothing interesting about it. Are you sure about that, Turd? Are you sure there's nothing interesting about that table? There's a bunch of flying books and things, man. Completely dark inside. Poltergeist kitchen. Nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Nope, nothing here. Yeah, we're totally okay. Nothing to see. Right? Nothing to see. Just a book floating in front of my face. Doesn't everyone's dining room look like that? I mean, this is fine. Exactly. Everyone's looks like that. So yeah, I'm just happy that people get to see these games. We don't see them very often. We don't see them get the love that they deserve very often. The Saturn especially. Everyone's always like, oh yeah, the Saturn games are great. They're all awesome. Have you played it? I've never seen it. I don't know what it even looks like. You know, it's like, yeah. Oh man, I hear Shining the Holy Ark's fantastic. This is the first time I've ever seen it. This is another puzzle. Okay. Can I get through if I push it all the way? I think this was meant to introduce the idea that you could do this. Ooh. Oh. Hello. I knew it was going to be the chess ghost. Okay. We need to put the chess ghost to sleep. Right away. Okay, so sleep. Oops. Oh, Rhodey's here now. That's weird. I don't like that they changed the order after they level up. Chess Ghost looks so... He's just like, hey, guys. He fell asleep. Thank goodness. He has an instant kill. So he can kill you right away. Right off the bat. He's still sleeping. I hope. He's still asleep. Okay, good. Jeff Bezos with the big hits. Such a rude ghost. He's such a rude ghost, a crude ghost. Yeah, we encountered him. The first thing he did was kill our main character. Just right off the bat. Just instant kill. The incubuses are fucking up the ghosts. It does not, Kursalesh. It's very forgiving in that regard, at least. So, like, our experience so far is that when you die, at the end of the fight, you're 1 hit point. You know? So, that has at least been a positive. But what's weird is that, like, we go to the church and it talks about how you can have them revive your party members. But we've never been in an instance where we've ever needed to do that. So I'm very curious to know what that's about. I'm guessing there might be a plot element where somebody's going to be dead. I don't know. Maybe there is actually, like, an instance where you can be, like, permanently dead and you have to go there. Druid's robe. Oh, I think that is for somebody to wear. Okay, so let's see. Bezos. Oh, yeah, dude, yes. Melody, wear the Druid's robe. That's a great question, Crystal. I mean, we'll find out, right? We'll find out. We're going to play through this game, so we'll know. All right. So next up for us is there's a door up at the top we haven't opened yet. Let's get that. Okay. Oops. Rhodey, you're doing your magic. Brutal Flare. That should kill the bats. No, it didn't. Oh, snap. Okay. Just please don't do... There we go. They have this thing that makes us mesmerized. It's a pain in the butt. I love that we came into this dungeon. This is my favorite thing. We came into this dungeon, like, struggling. Genuinely being like, we have to use all of our spells, all of our powers combined to just make it through this. And then now we're like, these guys are nothing. These guys are nothing now. And we're almost done with this dungeon. Sconica says, did you come in through the bathroom window? We came in through the front door like bosses. Come in the bathroom. Wait, did you come in through the bathroom window? What song is this? You feel the character power growth dramatically. Okay, so this way here. Kicked down the front door and struggled with the first bat. I know. Seriously. She came through the bathroom window is a Beatles song from Abbey Road. I'm gonna be honest with you, so kind of go. I haven't heard very many Beatles songs. Potion. I actually don't know very many Beatles songs in my life. It's a beautiful painting. I feel bad. I'm just like, Beatles are fine. And people are like, excuse me? Oh, what did you say about the Beatles? It's like, yeah, they're okay. I like them. They're fine. They're what now? They're fine. I think by fine you mean the greatest band ever made. I mean, they're good. I like them. I like them. You know? They're the best band ever. I mean, sure. Oh, crap. I did not get that off. Okay. Bezos. Bezos. Rhodey. Melody, heal yourself, because he's going to do a 2-hit. Crit on the Skull Warrior, yes. I'm just doing a preemptive heal. Chris says, I don't know much about him either. No one is affected. I love it. No one is affected. Toot that horn, little angel. We still have dangers. Dude, back-to-back crits. You know, the Skeletal Warrior still is dangerous. You can still hit twice. If we come across 2 Reapers, like, we can handle them, typically. But there's a situation where if they both get, like, Blaze level 2 off on us back-to-back, that's a danger. Like, that's a problem. So there's still danger in these encounters right now. But we just have to be prepared for those. And just address them accordingly as we experience them. Play the game just a little differently. Okay. This is not a beautiful painting. Game, you're lying to me. This is clearly an example of a troll being tortured. You know, the treasure trolls, the hair, being tortured as their hair is being singed off by an open flame. The screams can be heard echoing through the halls. Clearly a metaphor for our own rampant destruction of the things that we hold dear and treasure. It's true. This game does look really neat, but it is a real drawback that it isn't really set up for butt rating. I mean, couldn't be more right. All right, tea time, baby. Oh, we need that. We can't do tea time yet. We need the thing to actually do the tea time. Okay, we don't have the thing to wind the clock. No shining the butt arc. Not today. Another time. Like, we don't see Turd's butt. We never see Turd's butt. So how can you rate a butt that you can't see? If there's a butt that you cannot see, does it truly exist? I challenge anyone. Hold on. Yeah. Challenge anyone. If you can't see a butt, does it truly exist? Like my own. Does my butt exist right now? I don't know. I'm sitting on something. Is it a butt? I guess if you feel a butt exists. But we can't feel their butts. I mean, I guess I can tell you Jeff Bezos' butt. That's a decent butt. That's a good butt for Bezos. Rhodey, it's not much of a butt to see there. But Bezos' butt, that's a decent butt. Jeff Bezos has a decent butt. That line of thought is pretty asinine. Hold on. Have we been here before? Apparently we have. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember where this is. Okay. Now we're doing health-wise. Yeah, we're fine. Pile drive the ghost. Nothing's more awesome than pile driving a ghost. If you haven't done it, put it on your bucket list. It's one of our favorite things to do in life. Top 5 things to do with a ghost. Pile drive them into a haunted mansion. Like, come on. Wrestle some ghosts. Pixies are giving me some XP, and so let's see, we're going. Let's actually, there's a door down this way. We haven't opened yet. There's a bunch of doors we haven't opened yet. My goodness. There's a Final Fantasy game that lets you pile drive a ghost, train an entire train. Just throwing that out there. It's not a bad situation. I think I support that. I support that pile driving of a train. The best train. That's why I love, one of my favorite things in Pokemon is when they have moves that are like does more damage based on the weight of the thing you're trying to attack. I just love that. Or the weight of the Pokemon that you currently have, and that defines whether you do more damage or not. Like, I dig that. I think that's stupid that I love it. The Lingering Ghost is like, don't forget me! I had a nephew named Steve. He forgot all about me. He's a very rude child. I don't like him. But don't forget me. Linger. Let me linger within your mind, please. Make sure you suplex me too. That's my thing. It's my kink. I like to be suplexed. Oh, we're in a library. Arcane books. Mithril. Turd was given the mithril. One of these. Oh, there's just enough room for a book. We haven't found a book yet. Look at the jellyfish. He's so cute. Little ghost jelly. Goodbye, little ghost jelly. We're checking every one of these things. Genuine fear. I did not fabricate that fear. It was genuine. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Here's the thumbnail. That was a real emotion I was feeling. I get scared about everything. All of the time. I am a real person. Ah! I need to take a break from that one. I think I may have soiled myself. Genuine emotions. Real person I am. I would never fake being scared for a camera for your entertainment. No siree. I am a real scared person. Very scared. So scary that all of the things scare me. Scared. There's only one thing that has scared me so far in all the games that I've played, and that is Outer Wilds DLC. It's the only time I've ever been, like, legitimately scared so far on stream in a game. Even with Resident Evil 7, like, it was wild, and it was gross, but never was I like, oh god! You know, like, oh shoot, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? I'm going the wrong way. Gotta go this way. So down and then to the left. Does anyone believe that? Is there somebody who is legitimately always scared? Like, every little thing scares them. I've never been in a situation where I've seen somebody legitimately can't handle anything. Rhodey, big defense boost. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like there's a level of disingenuousness in that. Especially because of like the rise of popularity in that sort of thing for like YouTube and such. Do people really get scared that easily? I will believe somebody if they really say it, you know? But like, dude, he like a moth to the flame. That poison moth just got burned. I like Jeff Bezos. He's my kind of guy. Not the real one. That guy can fuck himself. This Dragon Bezos, though. Dragon Bezos, I can get behind. Yeah, gotta be careful here. These guys can really do some damage. Dragon Bezos, yes. Real Jeff Bezos, no. I think some people are scared easier or get really immersed in spooky games, but everything? It's gotta be rare. Guess it's more performative, but can't say exactly. So like I get immersed in like a horror game, I typically get really immersed in, and I do get like, it's difficult for me to finish that game. Like I have a very difficult time with it. I'm legitimately like, I get freaked out by horror games because I really do get into them. One of my whole things about games in general is to let yourself go for that ride and to immerse yourself, right? And so like I do, but like there's a certain point when you get the you understand the gameplay loop, and at that point I don't get as scared as much once I understand the gameplay loop. Like a lot of times, when I played Resident Evil 7 in VR, I might add, in VR, I played that game. One of the reasons why I have a tough time with survival horror games and that sort of stuff, that those ilk, is because I oh, doorknob's broken. We don't have to do this one. Oops. Hold on. Oh, come on. Let me burst into this. No, come on. There we go. Is that like you don't have as much control. And in Resident Evil 7 on VR, I had so much control. It was look aim. So all I had to do was like look at the enemy and then hit the trigger button and it fires wherever I was looking. And it felt great to do that. Sleep. Come on, don't steal their soul. Okay, Bezos resisted the urge to have his soul stolen from a chest ghost. But yeah, I don't... The control and comfort are big parts of it. I think a lot of people, myself included, get unsettled by deep underwater sections of games for similar reasons. Oh man, Lip, have you ever played Subnautica? Scared of, oh god, chest ghosts. They're so scary. I feel like Subnautica would terrify you then, Lip. That would be one for you where you're just like, nope, that's a hard nope. That's a hard nope. Let's heal everybody. I'd be very curious, though. The Reapers in Subnautica are nuts. Dirtnap, don't spoil it, because I have not gotten very far in Subnautica, and I want to at some point. That didn't spoil anything, I want to add. You did not spoil anything. But, careful of spoilers, because I do actually want to get through that game at some point. Oops, I just cast heal level 1 on myself for a whopping 13 points. But yeah, Subnautica is... Shit, wrong button. Ironically, I've been playing a submarine game with friends fairly recently. Barotrauma. Ooh. That sounds fun. The part with the water is crazy in Subnautica. Watch out for that water part in Subnautica, man. It's pretty wild. What is barotrauma? As long as I stay on the sub, I'm good. Get in the diving suit and explore, and I feel my blood pressure rising. That's why you're always on the boat in Sea of Thieves, right? So what is barotrauma? Oh, we're up at the top now. Yep, that weird painting is beautiful. Apparently. Apparently it's beautiful. That's what they tell me. Alright. We've not been here before. Okay, so let's... Yeah, everybody's good health-wise. Oh, come on. Charge. I can't wait for the day when the fairies just, like, insta-kill. They're so good at that point. We have so many. Just kills them out the bat. It's a 2D profile game where you run a submarine crew on Europa. Interesting. That sounds very cool. Who's leveling? Melody level 14. Antidote level 2. I don't know what the difference is between Antidote 1 and Antidote 2. Is there more dangerous stuff then, I guess? There's like more dangerous poisons? Oh, look at this painting. It's a very beautiful painting. Silver Tiara. Fiddled with the single player mode a bit and then decided to leave it on the shelf until it's developed further. Interesting, Hash. Okay, she already has a Silver Tiara. We can sell that. It's worth a lot. Oh, crap. Alright. Skull Warriors. Melody. Elemental. Brutal Fire. I think that Subnautica is one of the best games of the last 10 years. It's a really great game. From what I experienced, Dirtnap, it really was. I don't think you're crazy in that assessment. Oh, come on. They're panicking. Oh, turds panicked. The bats are still alive. Okay. Please kill the bats. They're such a pain in the butt. This poor game's like, they're struggling with this one. Too many sprites on screen. You didn't like Subnautica Below Zero as much. It's what's so great about that stuff, is that... Oh, breathe fire. I like it. I love indie games for that because they don't do the market research. They're making the game they want to make. And that's that. Nothing more. They're making the game they want to make. And you have to admire that and respect that. And for better or for worse, there are so many people that will love that game because genuine fear. Oh, dude, take that. We haven't seen a twin head in a long time. That guy does legitimately spook me out, though. Real talk. Go to sleep, please. Yes. Okay. Man, this has been the bulk of the stream. This was a really big freaking dungeon. Oh, those are teeth. Yeah, do that. Breathe from your two mouths. Such a pain in the butt. Such a pain in the butt, those guys. Jeff Bezos roar. Lightning magic has been mastered. Ooh, me likey. Alright, let's heal. You gotta wrap this up. I'm tired. Alright. This is huge. This maze is just enormous. It is gargantuan. Oh. We've been here before. Okay. Cool. Skull Warrior we can take. I mean, in the end, the positive side is that one of the things that I've always said about dungeon crawlers that I think that a lot of people don't appreciate as much, right? Is that they're like immediately refer to a map. There's like, I'm not gonna worry about mapping things out, or if it has an auto mapper, I don't care. I'm gonna look at the map. And they just crit path through the dungeon. And then they complain that the game was too hard. It's like, because part of it is the exploration of those dungeons is supposed to give you the XP that you need then, that when you get to that point, it will be the proper level of challenge. And they never get it. They never get it. So like right now, you know, we're doing decent in terms of that, in that department, right? I think most people dislike Sub-Zero over the original is they remove the ability to make Cyclops subs. Ooh. Got it in time. We've been on point. I dig it. All right, you, Rhodey. Do blade, brutal fire. Oh, let's do lightning. We got it now. Let's use it. Nice. Having a seizure, but other than that, I'm doing okay. Yes, crit. 1 point of damage. Foolish. Undead? You cannot kill me with your mortal blows. Have a good night, Chris Celeste. Yep, we're about to wrap it up. Thank you so much for coming in. This new Indiana Jones and the Holy Ark game. That's one tough turd. Thank you for coming in, Chris Celeste. It's always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Rest well. The Power Staff? Let's give that to somebody. I think I know who wants that. Bam. Big increase. Big stat increase. Interesting. And then there's the painting. Beautiful painting. Okay. She got a big buff staff. Alright, so we're going up and then to the right. I'm getting quick on the fairies now. Doing a quick draw. Let's kill the poison moth first. Shouldn't take much. Yeah. Let's see how Melody does now with the power staff. 18 points on him. She did like 5 on him previously, and like not very much. Crit. Cool. Any extra is closer than without. Yes. I agree. That wall looked weird. Okay, so we're back here now. So there's one spot I haven't gone here, and I think that's it. So let's just go right through here. We'll... Come on, dude. Lightning level 1. Close your eyes, avert your gaze. Oh, dude. Fantastic. Great work. He should be dead here in this round because we did so much stuff. Come on. Oh, don't do that again. Lay off Melody, please. There we go. Yes! We are so much more powerful now. It feels so good. We started this stream off dying many times over. And now we have just gotten into such a groove that we're unstoppable. The games are off the charts. Oh, he's got a new magic, too. Okay, so we got one more spot. Like, we have looked at everything. So I bet you that one room we didn't go into is going to be the one that has the book that we need for the library, which is then going to give us the crank that we need for the clock. So like we looked at everywhere except for the one place we needed to be. So we have like fully explored this dungeon. Okay. 2 rooms. Yep, of course. Not a single chest has been what we want it to be. Oh, Rhodey put it to sleep. Please go to sleep, chest ghost. Ah, he didn't go to sleep. Okay. Just gonna just kill him. Soul steal, don't kill. Don't soul steal. You killed Bezos! You son of a bitch, you killed Bezos! How am I gonna get my Bezos bucks? The Prime subscription is useless now! Michael Bezos! The cousin Have a good night, Dirt Nap. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. I greatly appreciate it. I know, we're getting so close. I just want to finish the stupid dungeon. We're so close. Bezos is legit dead. Bezos is legit dead? Oh, no. We gotta call it a night. We do. It's late. And we have to go all the way back to town because Bezos is legit dead. So maybe that's what was happening. It wasn't doing it because we were level 1. Or not level 1, we had 3 characters, we didn't have a full party. But Bezos is now legit dead. Nope, we don't have a res. We have to go to the temple. So yeah, we'll call it a night. I can't stay awake. I am drifting off to dreamland right now. Oh, let's res him and then we'll sleep. And then we'll save. I'm loving this game. It's so much fun. Yeah, let's revive. Bezos is dead. 1800. Wow. I'm mad at that chest ghost. I'm real mad at that chest ghost. It's a lot of money. I'm beat. I'm so beat. Okay, let's sleep. Also, today was a really long day. I did so much stuff today. It was insane. Just running around, getting stuff done. And then tomorrow, I'll be spending all day tomorrow editing a podcast. Having my kids, they're going to do movie marathons, getting popcorn, doing fake tickets to get them all very excited about them having a movie day where they're just going to binge movies. And I'm going to be working on a podcast. A very long podcast. So that's my day. I'm just going to be so tired. So let's save our game. Cool. We made some progress. Some major progress. Got a lot of stuff too. Like, we're well leveled now, which I'm happy about. We're not going to continue, no. My only gripe with this game so far is that when it says you want to continue and you say no, it just goes to the title screen. It doesn't have this really cool looking person like they always do with the Shining games. All right, let's close this up. Let's go find someone to raid. Let's see who we got. This is an odd. Let's see. Twitch. On Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. to play the Infocom adventure game Infidel. It's supposedly the worst one. I don't know how that actually is going to go, but we'll see. Let's see who's on tonight. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. Someone's playing, Proto Shield 15 is playing, Rocket Knight Adventure right now. Let's go say hi to them. Let's go say hi to them and give them a raid. It's always a pleasure, Lip. It's always a pleasure. I'm going to raid Proto Shield 15. As always, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching me play stupid video games. I greatly appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow night. And as always, hey, to humor. Bye. Woo. Diddly 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 diddly.